And welcome to the April 13th meeting of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission. I've called the meeting to order and ask for the introductory comments, please.
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court.
Thank you very much. Now I'd ask for a roll call for attendance of the commissioners, and please remember to use your microphone so you can be heard by those participating virtually.
Certainly. Fox.
Here.
Duell.
Here.
McKay.
Here.
Green.
Here.
Bill Johnson. Bill Johnson is absent. Blick.
Here.
Nix.
Here. Here.
Foster. Here. Warren.
Here.
Joe Johnson.
Here.
Miles.
Here.
Hartman.
Here.
Aldrich.
Present.
Williams Bay.
Here.
And Mr. Bill Johnson has joined us.
14.
I show 14 members.
Thank you. You all received copies of the minutes of the March 23rd meeting. I show that Bill Johnson and Josh Blick were absent at that meeting. Are there any revisions or corrections to the minutes, or could I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion from Commissioner Joe Johnson.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Williams Bay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 12-0-2. Thank you. Next, we will review each agenda item in order and identify if we need to hear the case or if it can be taken on consent. So I'll begin with the subdivision committee items. Item 2.1, lot split 2023 quadruple 05, located near West Street and Central. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Does anybody participating in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take item 2.1 on consent. Item 2.2, subdivision item 2022-00071, located near West MacArthur Road and South Hoover Road. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Cottonwood Creek Estates Edition. Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? Hearing none, we'll take item 2.2 on consent. Item 2.3, subdivision item 2023-01, final plat at 47th Street South and South Webb Road. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Blue Stem Estates Edition. Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take that item on consent. Item 2.4, subdivision item 2023-07, final plat located at East 77th Street North and North 143rd Street East. This is in the county. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take that item on consent. Commissioners?
Move to approve items 21, 22, 23, and 24.
I have a motion from Commissioner Miles, a second from Commissioner Green. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Motion passes 14-0. We'll move on to the public hearing items. Item 3.1, vacation item 2023-04, vacation near 71st Street South and 143rd Street East. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Vacation item 2023-04. Seeing none, anyone participating virtually who would like to hear this case? Hearing none, we'll take that item on consent. Item 3.2, vacation item 2023-05, located at South Webb Road and East 47th Street. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take that item on consent. Item 3.3, vacation item 2023-06, request to vacate a floodway reserve, 125th Street North and North Seneca. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take that item on consent. 3.4, vacation item 2023-07, located near Cleveland Avenue and New York Avenue. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case?
I'd move for approval of 3.1 through 3.4.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Joe Johnson, second from Commissioner McKay. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passes 14-0.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
since we have such a large crowd here,
Yes?
why don't you just take a moment and explain to people it's not that we don't care about these?
Yes, we have had subdivisions looking at all these items in excruciating detail in separate groups. And on our documentation, after reading these cases, we see the unopposed actions recommended by the subdivision, by the committees. And therefore, It's a fairly smooth process when you come to the full board. There's a lot of technical decisions in those items, as you can imagine. So appreciate the subdivisions work to carefully consider those, and that's a great observation, Joe. Might sound like we just want to get out into the 80-degree weather with our golf clubs and our gardens, but no, really, we take this business very seriously. Thank you. Now we're moving to the public hearing items. Item 4.1, again, to determine if we need to hear the item or if we can take it on consent. Item 4.1, conditional use 2022-00049. This is located at 71st Street South and South 99th Street East in the Derby influence area. Is there anyone on the commission that wants to hear this case?
Just a quick note that this is a case that is coming back to you from the BOCC.
Okay. This is a return from the Board of County Commissioners for a rehearing. Is there anyone in the room who would like to hear this case? Yes. Can you all raise your hands high so we can kind of see where you're at? Okay. Hello, Derby. Welcome. And we have a couple over here too. All righty, we will hear that case. Thank you for your testimony. Item 4.2, conditional use 2023-05. This is located near East 17th Street and Hillside. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? 4.2. We will take that item on consent. Conditional use 20, and I need to check if the agent or applicant for 4.1 is here. Yes, okay, we see you. Oh, yeah, Scott, hi Scott. Conditional use 2023-06, located also south of Derby, South Boulevard, South Woodlawn, east of K15, 9850 South Southeast Boulevard. Does anybody on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Okay. We will hear 4.3. Is the agent or applicant for that case present? Okay, all right, great, thank you. Just want to make sure we have you around. Moving on through agenda, item 4.5, Planned Unit Development 2023-02. This is a zone change. Oh, 4.4, I'm sorry. Maybe I do want to get to the garden. Planned Unit Development 2023-01, a zone change located at 29th North and Greenwich Road. Does anyone on the commission want to hear 4.4? Anyone in chambers want to hear 4.4? Anyone participating virtually want to hear 4.4? Hearing none, we can take 4.4 on consent. Agenda item 4.5. Plan Unit Development 2023-02. This is a zone change located North Wellington Street and West 11th Street North toward the center of the city. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Seeing none, we can take that item on consent. Item 4.6, zoning case 2023-07, located at South Maze Road and West Kellogg. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? We'll take item 4.6 on consent. Item 4.7, zoning case 2023-08, located at 31st South and Seneca and 31st South and Walnut. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Any participating in chambers who would like to hear this case? Okay, we will hear 4.7. Item 4.8, zoning case 2023 quadruple 09, located at 31st North, 3205 North Fairview specifically. Anyone on the commission want to hear this case? In chambers, you'd like to hear this case, we will hear 4.8. Item 4.9. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Because I have the old agenda. This is Derby case 2023 quadruple 06. Amendment to include, or DER case 2023. Amendment to include short-term rental businesses. Does anyone on the chamber want to hear this case on commission? Anyone in chambers want to hear this case? Raise your hands high so we have a sense of who is here. Okay?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve items 4.2, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green and a second from Commissioner Hartman. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Hearing none, motion passes 14-0. I will now recess the Planning Commission meeting for the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. Entering the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda, we would start with approval of the prior meeting minutes
So
on
moved.
February 23rd. I
Second.
have a motion from Commissioner Green and a second from Commissioner Joe Johnson. I show that Commissioners Nix and Hartman would abstain from this vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 12-02. We have two BZA cases, BZA 2023 quadruple 08, a variance at 230 East William. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Anyone participating in chambers want to hear this case? Anyone participating virtually want to hear this case?
Madam Chairman, I have to declare a conflict of interest. My office is catty corner across the street.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McKay, indicating a conflict of interest on this case. Anyone virtually want to hear this case? Hearing none, we may take this case on consent if the commission finds that all 5 criteria are met by the decision. The second case, BZA 2023 00013, a variance request at 4035 North Hydraulic. Does anyone on the commission want to hear this case? Does anyone in chambers want to hear this case? And anyone participating virtually want to hear this case? Hearing none, again, we could take this item on consent if the board finds that all 5 criteria are met.
I would like to move that we approve BZA 2023 quadruple 08 since all 5 criteria have been met, and approve BZA 2023 00013 with the understanding that all 5 criteria have been met.
Motion from Commissioner Foster. Do I have a second?
Because I have a conflict, should we split them up?
Oh, yes, we do need to split them up. Okay.
I would like to withdraw that motion and move that we approve BZA 2023 quadruple 08 with the understanding that all 5 conditions have been met.
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Warren, motion from Commissioner Foster, second from Commissioner Green. Any further discussion? Warren? You do, especially if you would put his chin hair on your head, it would work. Discussion. I'm sorry, we all love each other too.
I hear you.
I know. Thank you. Let my words be corrected and maybe extracted from the minutes. Any further discussion? Or all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 13, 0, and 1 abstention.
Here.
I would like to move that we approve BZA 2023-00013 with the understanding that all 5 conditions have been met.
Second.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Foster, second from Commissioner Green. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And we hereby adjourn the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Thank you for your participation. Now, moving back to our agenda. We all find page 1 back, page 2 back. We'll begin with item 4.1. Philip, will you please
good
give the
afternoon.
staff report?
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Philip Zievenbergen with Planning Staff. Con 2249, as we indicated before, was sent back by the Board of County Commissioners for reconsideration. They specifically cited consideration and really more extrapolation on the state statute KSA 66 2019F regarding the 18 prohibitions that the state statute has when it comes to reviewing and considering the location of cell towers. Just as a brief review, this is a request for a 195-foot cell tower located just east of Derby in rural residential zoning. The property is on your screen. They would lease a 70 by 70 foot area for the compound and have a 195-foot monopole. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go into great detail of the original staff report, as we already considered those details, and those are not part of the reconsideration that was requested by the Board of County Commissioners. I will instead spend the time of the new information that is in your staff report at the beginning. The state statute, again, KSA 66 2019F, which all 18 prohibitions are included in your staff report as an attachment. Specifically, we're going to hone in on 2 of them. The discussion at the Board of County Commissioners had a lot to do about aesthetic impact to the surrounding area and to surrounding properties. And the Board of County Commissioners wanted clarification on if the state statute allowed or prohibited the consideration of visual impact on surrounding properties when it comes to whether or not they should approve the location of a cell tower in this area. So we're going to specifically look at 2 of them that deal with aesthetics, or at least location as well. One of them is item 10, and that one talks about how boards or governing bodies cannot impose undue burden in terms of camouflage or aesthetics on the tower as part of their consideration, basically saying, well, you can locate here as long as you dress up the tower in crazy ways that put an undue burden on the cell tower. It does not specifically mention any prohibition about considering the aesthetic impact on surrounding properties if a tower is located in that area. The other one we're going to hone in here real quick is item number 3, and that talks about how you cannot use location as a factor. Interpretation to that is saying, well, there's better land in another location. Let's talk about how they could put the tower somewhere else. So how these 2 marry together is you can discuss, will it have a negative impact on the surrounding properties at the current location. What you can't do is say, well, if we move the tower to a different location, that will have less impact visually on those properties over there. That's how these 2 things come together. So that's really our staff analysis of that. I'm going to be brief with that. If you have any questions, we also have our county legal support online today. Kirk Sponsel is with us if you have questions about the legalities of that. Otherwise, I'm going to, again, keep it brief. I know we got a number of folks here regarding public comment, so I can stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the commission at this point? Use your microphone. Is it?
I was not on the commission at that time when this was first heard. Then it looked like it passed 12-0, I guess. I guess my question is there anything that's changed from when the commission heard this the first time to now?
No, the application is still the same.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff at this time? We would then next ask the applicant or agent to please come forward, and you'll have 10 minutes to talk about your project. And just a reminder to state your name and address for our records, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon hearing our project. My name is Glenn Clockey, and I work for Network Real Estate out of St. Charles, Missouri. Our address is 5055 Highway N, St. Charles, 63301. So I'll go over the project briefly. It is the project that you heard when the project was approved, 12-0. It is still a 195-foot monopole. It is located just on the border of Sedgwick County and the city of Derby. We're looking to, we're leasing a 70-foot by 70-foot area that will be, we'll have a solid Simtech fence around it. The access road is going to be off of East 71st Street. This location was picked by AT&T engineers. They give us a search ring. We give them several options to look at. This particular area and this particular candidate was picked by the AT&T engineers. There was an application prior to this on the same property that was about a little over 1,000 feet to the northeast. It was a taller tower. It was a 235-foot lattice tower, which is called self-support. It's a much different type tower. It's open. That was denied. We then moved. We talked to the city of Derby. We moved it to the west, put it behind another grove of trees. Said if we, we'll change it to a monopole type tower. Aesthetically, that seems to be more pleasing. The city said that they would prefer that type of tower, and we lowered the tower height to 195 feet. This tower will not be lit. We supplied the BOCC with 2 FAA approvals. One is for when the tower is built, you have to have a temporary FAA approval because a crane's going to be set on site for a couple of days while they're setting the tower. That crane will be lit because that's above 200 feet. That'll be probably there for a day or two. The permanent structure on our FAA approval shows that it does not need to be lit. So the tower will not be lit. Also, we're very well aware that this tower is located in the floodplain. The equipment will be raised so that it is not in the floodplain. It'll be raised up. We're looking right now at about 4 to 5 feet. If we get approved and we get to build this tower, that area will be shot, and we will know exactly how high to raise that equipment. The other thing that we did provide the BOCC was we did a real estate study by a licensed Kansas agent who provided actual sales, the towers that were, the homes that were near towers. That showed that the property values around homes that have towers around, it does not diminish the property value. So I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the commission for the agent? Okay. Thank you, and we'll ask you to stay and listen carefully to what you hear. There may be questions come out of public
there will be.
testimony.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warren?
Staff question and legal, when we review this after it's gone through this process, are we looking at all the aspects of the application or just the conditions that were requested to be seen by the planning commissioners?
This is Kirk Sponsel, Assistant County Counselor. Once again, this will be your determination and your recommendation overall to the Board of County Commissioners. Now, with that said, they did place specific focus on reviewing and addressing the propriety of reviewing aesthetics. And so really when this comes down to you, it is once again a review of the application as a whole. Now, the question for aesthetics arises, and Philip did a great job of synopsizing the statutory language. It also is apparent in case law that aesthetics may be considered as another factor in your considerations beyond the golden factor. That doesn't mean you're required to. We're just saying that it is a potential option if you do want to consider it. I would defer to you on whatever weight, if any, you do give to that consideration. But overall, if you were to make a recommendation today to the Board of County Commissioners, it would be for the application as a whole.
Okay, did that answer your question? Okay, thank you. At this point, then, we would call for those members of the public who would like to speak on this item. Just remind you of the rules. You'll step up to the podium and use the microphone, please, so that people who are participating virtually can hear you. State your name and address for the record, and then we will be carefully listening for the variety of issues that are raised rather than the frequency with which an issue is raised. So please, if you'd refrain from repeating something someone has already mentioned. Thank you. And please go ahead, sir.
Okay, please excuse my cold. If I start coughing, I can't help it. But anyway, okay, my name is Jack Heslop. For those who know me in here, I am on the City Commission of Derby, although I am not speaking for the City Commission. I want to make that clear. I'm speaking as a citizen. This is not trying to be demeaning, but I'd like to remind everybody that Derby is a home rule community. And that's, I think, when you think about that, because it was turned down by our planning commission. So we are a home rule community, and we are a city of the first class. So we're the second biggest city in Sedgwick County. Anyway, I'm objecting to the tower because it doesn't need to be 195 feet tall. I'm sorry, that's an ugly, coyote ugly, to use a term, tower. And you're going to see that thing from Rose Hill, and that's quite a ways down the street. You're going to see it throughout Derby. I mean, it's that's way out there, and every buddy who owns a house around there is going to look at that and say, oh my God, I got to look at that for the rest of my life. I'd like to point out that Derby is growing, and we currently have about 300 acres that have gone through our planning commission that's in development within a short span and close to that tower. And that's a lot of acreage. You put a lot of houses, and most of it, believe it or not, is residential. There's some commercial, but it doesn't. So, but I want to just say that the tower is going to be surrounded before too long at all, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that incorporated into the city before too long. I understand that cell towers are necessary in today's world. It's a thing that is, but this doesn't have to be 195 feet tall. More like 130 would do just fine, and that's where I'm sitting. Any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. The next speaker, yes, Commissioner Aldrich has a question for you.
Yes, sir, I have a quick question regarding Derby Planning Department. They recommended approval based on certain criteria and recommendations, correct?
They recommended disapproval. Isn't that right, Scott?
Yeah, from what I'm reading here, sir, recommended motions adopted the findings of the fact and recommend approval of the conditions used applicant by the communication structure.
If I could, I think the difference is that one is a recommendation from Derby's planning staff. Another is the recommendation that comes from the planning commission.
The commission voted against it, the staff voted for it, or
Right, I
recommended.
understand that, but my statement is that the planning department recommended approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, go ahead and come right up, state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Gustavo Torres. My address is 7521 South 103rd Street East.
Thank you.
All I want to do is I want to give you guys kind of like a picture of what's going on from my home. When I wake up in the morning and I look out my window, I see a beautiful pond, walking trails, a barn. I see a tractor. I see my goats, my dogs, beautiful fields, beautiful tree lines. And in all these things that I'm talking about, one thing doesn't fit in that picture, and that's a 195-foot cell phone tower. I'd really like to keep the aesthetics of the property that I worked very hard for, sacrificed a lot of time with my family to afford that property, and took a lot of risks to get there. I just hope that you consider that when you guys are thinking about what aesthetically belongs and what does not aesthetically belong in that area. Once again, I appreciate your time, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Janine Harper. I live at 7010 South 99th Street East in Derby. I would ask, I've cut this down quite a bit, and I would ask it may go to 4 minutes, so if I could have maybe an extra minute and a half if needed, I would really appreciate it.
Start, and
All
let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you. This is the 14th of 18 elements from the Kansas statutes that the telecommunication industry's holy grail. They're ace in the hole. It gives them carte blanche to ramrod unchecked radiation-emitting cell towers in our residential neighborhoods. No, I'm not going to talk about cell tissue and DNA damage. I'm not going to talk about blood-brain barrier permeability. And I'm not going to talk about oxidative damage or infertility. Because surely our government, and well, you guys, aren't suggesting that a commission or any decision-making body could not reject an application based on facts and truth. I mean, that would be criminal, not to mention just plain evil and immoral. To ignore facts and research that prove the massive amounts of disturbing health consequences. Perceived and alleged. Words have meanings. Facts and truth. That's what every decision should be made upon. Tall wireless facilities should be limited to heavy commercial and industrial areas. Aesthetics is a legal and justifiable reason. Legal and justifiable reason for denial of such gigantic tower that is the size of a 20-story building. It is undeniably obvious that a tower the size of a 20-story building.
We have heard the concern about height, so you
that's not
might
the
move to
tower.
your next point.
Oh,
So
sorry.
since we have heard about the height already,
yes.
that would save time if you would then
Okay.
go to your next point, please. Thank you.
All right. It's undeniably obvious that a tower the size of a 20-story building does not belong in a residential area.
Okay,
The aesthetic argument has been upheld by appellate courts all around the United States, including Kansas. We can see here in this tower comparison the other existing towers in the area. It is unbelievable that all of these towers, all of which are smaller than the proposed tower we're discussing today, has been placed in commercial and industrial areas where they belong. But yet, the biggest tower is being proposed in a residential area, an area that has the most residents, the most homes, and is not zoned for commercial and industrial purposes. You can add all the homes and residents of these tower locations and still not have the number of homes or residences that's present in the location of this. Really? The biggest tower of them all? And that's the one
And
chosen?
height has been mentioned and the residential area, so is there a new topic that you'd like to speak to?
There is no doubt that the aesthetics of the other towers there's no doubt that the aesthetic of these towers with the surroundings of commercial industrial zones fit in, but they don't fit in where we're in the residential. as you can clearly see from the photo of the proposed area. Fact. AT&T does not have a lapse in coverage in this area. This is clearly shown by this map, which, by the way, is found on AT&T's website. Fact. This is not just a flood zone. It is a special flood zone. Fact. A 6 to 8 foot fence that AT&T says they will put up will not even cover the concrete platform that will be necessary to elevate the equipment out of the flood zone, which is a 4 to 6 foot flood zone, by the way. The fence will not provide any cover or disguise whatsoever. Fact. This location is about 4 blocks from the city limits of Derby. For those of you that are not aware, the Derby Planning Commission voted to deny the conditional use request for this tower. Perception. Economic gain for the applicant is a gain to the public welfare. Really? How is that? Especially when their gain is dependent upon property value,
You
is
have
dependent upon the
30
hardship.
seconds, so if you can wrap it up.
I am almost done.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. How is this, especially when their gain is dependent upon the hardship of others, both in reduced property value and the reduced quality of life that the victims will most certainly experience? Allegation. The denial of this tower would represent a loss of economic opportunity to the applicant and or the landowner. This is ridiculous. While AT&T gets their tower and the neighbor gets a big fat check every month, what in the heck do the rest of us get? Reduced home values, a huge variety of medical issues that will be with us forever, and our quality of life will never be the same. Do we understand the difference between facts and perceptions, truth and allegations? It is abundantly clear that the federal government has abandoned their job and no longer has the best interest of the public in mind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got one more sentence, ma'am.
Okay.
They have surrendered their duty and ethics and used their position to constrain all opposition and proceed with no concern regarding the consequences. I don't know how that translates into the golden rule, relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare. This metal monstrosity tower of death does not belong in a residential neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the extra time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay. And we'll take the next speaker, please. And the jurisdiction that we have is the Sedgwick County metropolitan area. So recognize our commission doesn't have any jurisdiction over the federal rules and state rules that have been brought regarding the towers. Yes, sir, your name and address, please.
Mike Harper, 7010 South 99th Street East, Derby, Kansas. AT&T's application does not comply with the Unified Zoning Code nor the Community Investment Plan. The proposed tower would violate the wireless communication plan. AT&T's irresponsible placement of the proposed tower will inflict substantial adverse impacts and aesthetics on the character of the area, and will inflict substantial and wholly unnecessary losses to the values and adjacent properties. The purpose of the codes are to encourage orderly growth, meet future demand while considering the environment and the community as a whole, to protect and preserve the natural elements and the community's quality of life, and create a unique living environment. The plan values vibrant neighborhoods where people care about neighbors, value condition of property, take pride in where they live. Clearly, the Unified Zoning Code and Community Investment Plan see communities where quality of life is a primal goal. In order to maintain the quality of life for the homeowners near the proposed tower, AT&T's application must be denied. Their quality of life will suffer should a nearly 200-foot tower be constructed near their home. The intent of the wireless master plan are to balance demand for cell towers with communities' desire for an orderly and attractive environment. In general, tall towers should be limited to heavy commercial industrial areas. Homeowners desire an orderly and attractive environment as contemplated by the plan.
Is there an additional issue that you'd like to bring?
Yeah, I got a bunch here. Thank you.
Okay.
Federal courts have held that significant and unnecessary adverse aesthetic impacts are proper legal grounds for local governments may deny zoning applications. T-Mobile versus Wyandotte County, Kansas, noting that aesthetics can be a valid ground for local zoning decisions.
Okay, and that was raised for us by staff.
The
so we're
court
aware
in
of
Stout
that.
versus City of Bel Air, Kansas, held that not only were the wishes of the neighbors a factor to be considered, but the residential character of the neighborhood, the existence of single-family homes, and the visibility of a 170-foot tower were all legitimate factors considered denying an application for a cell tower. Evidence of negative visual impact. We have 45 people that live around the proposed location that have submitted petitions and adverse aesthetic impact letters in opposition to this tower. We supplied you guys with all that information in our memorandum.
Yes, and we have received that.
We
All
have Derby
members of the
Council men
commission.
and women here that oppose this tower. Derby has an interest in this tower because it's in influence zone, and they voted against it. In 2020, the proposed tower was on the same foul property on the south side. The property was defeated by the Derby Planning Commission and the Metropolitan Planning Commission.
Is there any additional item you haven't had a chance to speak?
Yeah,
On-
Derby does not
we
want
have-
this tower.
Okay.
It is respectively submitted that AT&T's application for special use permit be denied in its entirety.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Any-
and I'll take any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Thank you again, and your passion for your community is amazing, and we know that's why Derby is a star. So we recognize, we understand and see that passion in your numbers, and we're trying to identify the wide scope of issues. So that's why we ask for no repeats. And then if you've had your time at the podium, then we allow other speakers to have their time at the podium. Thank you for your testimony. The next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Harper, Derby resident, 9451 South Woodland Boulevard. The Unified Zone Code sets forth the purpose to preserve and improve the public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Wichita and Sedgwick County, and to implement the comprehensive plan of the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County. The Unified Zoning Code's purpose in implementing the regulatory aspects of the comprehensive plan's goals are to enhance the quality of life through the provisions of proper maintenance of open space and natural resources, and to protect and preserve the human-made and natural elements which support human habitation, and to create a unique living environment. 200-foot tower doesn't do anything.
So the height has
Thank
been
you.
raised as an issue. Any other
That's
unique
it.
issues? Okay, thank you.
Added to it, thank you.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Next speaker, please. Don't be shy. I'm kind of mean, but don't be shy. Yes, you are. Come on.
My name is Jim Inkelar. I reside at 7300 South 103rd Street East. I know you don't think you're rude, but I believe probably in our minds you're quite rude because when you limit people to not be able to repeat the same subject, you're saying that I can't tell it any better than the first person told it. Okay, so I hope you understand that.
I do.
This tower does not meet your comprehensive plan. That's been brought up before. I would like to remind you that you're not here to serve AT&T. AT&T, 5 minutes later, will move on to their next project and won't care one bit about Derby or Wichita or Sedgwick County. They only care about AT&T. Now, your job is to protect the citizens of Sedgwick County. I hope that you will keep that in mind. I am going to repeat what's been said before. If you look out to Friends University and you see that huge tower out there that you can see from downtown, you can see from as far west as the city limits, that's only 158 feet tall. This tower is going to be 195 feet tall and is not limited to that. It can extend up to 215 feet without your permission once you agree to this. The number of antennas on that tower can be added to at any time without your permission. You'll have no control over it at all. I would like to raise a question. How many of you live underneath a cell tower? How many of you would like to live underneath a cell tower?
Does it count that I can see one out my kitchen window?
No, that doesn't count. You got to live as close as we will live to it. This is a monstrous tower. This is no little thing. So size is important.
Okay, we've heard, and we have heard the size.
I want you to stop and think about how this will impact us as a community. And at the same time, as brought up before, this is a big part of Derby's expansion. You're going to be changing how Derby can expand. You can talk about property values all you want, but the truth of the matter is everybody knows that it will affect property values. You can twist numbers any way you want. Any accountant can tell you that. You can make numbers say what you want. But the truth of the matter is, you know in your hearts that it will affect property values and it will affect our lives. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions for the speaker?
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
So my name is Wayne Petrick.
Please wait until you're to the microphone because we have people participating online who'd like to hear.
Thank you. 7550 South 103rd Street East. And so what this is this is a picture of what it's going to look like.
Sir, you need to, we have the
Yeah,
microphone.
and maybe we can have staff take the
This is
picture
a
to
picture
pass
of
it
what it's going
around.
to look like. Walk that around there if you would, please. This would have died at the BOCC meeting if the chairman would have allowed a vote on the motion he made. But we go on. Derby Planning Commission's judgment in balancing marketplace demands for wireless communication facilities with community's desire for an orderly and attractive environment should be relied on by this body since the proposed site is in the Derby zone of developmental influence.
I understand health
The
issues.
wireless communication master plan
We can't
provides
hear two people at
guidelines
once.
which address application of state law, quoting, "In general, tall wireless communication facilities should be limited to heavy commercial and industrial areas and should decrease in height as intensity of development decreases. Subject tower is a capacity site as defined by the plan," quoting, "These sites mostly can be accommodated in commercial areas along major roadways. This application is outside the intent of the plan guidance, part of which is to keep tall towers out of residential areas. The plan encourages wooded areas but does not offer wooded areas as a substitute for siting in commercial industrial areas, nor does the plan offer wooded areas as a condition for siting in residential areas. The area in question has 14 houses, 1,500-foot radius, and is adjacent to a developed area of Derby. Furthermore, the site's not in a wooded area. It's the edge of a 9-acre hay field adjacent to a 7-acre wheat field, and it's free of trees on 3 sides for 300, 900, and 1,100 feet. A partially obstructed view is the same as a mostly visible view when considering that most homes in the neighborhood will have a view of at least 150 foot of the tower. The stark contrast between the tower and existing surroundings will still be obvious. All of the existing non-collated capacity sites in Derby area are commercial industrial areas, which you
And
saw
we have
on the
received
chart.
a good list of that, and we have that
That's
information.
right.
so
There's
thank you,
railroads,
and-
factories, major roadways, substation, and big box stores included in that.
Yes, we've heard that
Addition of
information.
capacity tower to an otherwise rural residential area will forever change the character of the neighborhood to commercial and industrial. The image of a capacity tower 195 feet high with lots of junk on top is synonymous with commercial and industrial regardless of zoning. This will set a precedent which likely will be used later to approve other commercial industrial conditional uses in the neighborhood. It's not consistent with Greenbelt and a Derby comprehensive plan. A capacity tower at the site will greatly distract from future community enjoyment of almost all
your-
Greenbelt activities.
These issues we have identified, do you have 10
I got one
seconds
more.
or finish your thoughts, please?
Okay, got one more paragraph. The memorandum of opposition document was submitted by, it's already been said,
Yes, and we
44
have it.
signees. It was professionally prepared and provides a thorough technical explanation of the legal basis to deny this application. It explains that local governments should accept homeowners' statements of adverse aesthetic impacts as direct evidence and as valid basis for denial. 22 such statements are added, and it may have been more. So this thing, so this is not a case of not in my backyard. This thing died once in December 2020. Let it stay dead.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? I appreciate your statement of the measurements of everything. That was some additional information. Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Johnson, you have a question?
You know, I got a statement.
Okay.
We get to do this every 2 weeks. This is not the first cell tower we've heard over a number of years. We don't get paid to do this. And I would like you guys to respect the staff and also our commission. And I don't like the comments of somebody walking around trying to argue with the chair. I'd like it be treated like you want to be treated. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name's Dave Seltzer. I live at 7114 South 99th East, probably the closest property to this tower. My property is a historic property of Derby. It was one of the very first homesteads in Derby in the 1800s, belonged to the Swensons at one time, or the Swainies, I'm sorry. I actually live in a tree house, which is going to be a subject on the next agenda, I think, coming up in the 1st of May. And I heard.
So you've probably lived through some development around you, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
And so you've had to adjust to a lot of changes in your view, is that correct?
Very much so, yes, because I've
Okay.
lived in Derby since 1970. It's not even the same community.
So what are the issues that you want to make sure we heard that we
Well,
haven't heard?
One thing that I heard, you had a realtor, I don't know who he is, who said that it doesn't affect property values. Well, it already has affected property values. I have a property there that people wanted to buy, still want to buy, but it's been put on hold because of this tower. And it's the old house, which sits towards the back of the property. So I can't even understand the concept of them saying that it doesn't affect property values when it isn't even built and it's already affecting property values. And the other thing is, I live on this property, I don't have any children, and my plan has always been to donate 10 acres of this property to the city of Derby as a wellness park. And I don't see how a wellness park will go with that huge tower that I've seen them show in Derby. It just doesn't make any sense. This area of Derby is probably one of the most aesthetic areas of Derby. And the history of Derby is right there in that corner. They used to march the cattle up the Santa Fe Trail and rest them right there on that corner before they took them to Wichita. You can find Indian arrowheads on the creek. The Indians lived on the creek. And it just doesn't make sense to build this type of tower in a historic area in Derby, which the town is growing towards. There's going to be thousands of residents living around this tower, and that's all I have to say.
Well, you say there's going to be thousands of residents, so some of that land will be developed around that area?
Not my
one way or the other.
land.
Okay,
It's going to be a park,
okay,
but a park next to that tower doesn't look good.
right. Any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you. Next, I'm sorry, the questions at this point are only from the commission. It's a matter of our protocol. Thank you very
Thank
much. Next speaker, please. Is there any, go ahead. And then anyone who's participating virtually, if you'd get ready to unmute to speak up if you're awaiting an opportunity to speak as well. We have one more speaker in the room, it appears. Your name and address, please.
Apparently you saved the best to last. My name is Mike Gooden. I live at 11501 East 75th Street South. My grandkids sleep right there.
And there is a mouse that you can use to point so we can hear what you're saying.
Right here. My grandkids sleep right here.
Okay.
About 1/8 of a mile away, maybe a little bit less. They say these are safe, just like the lead in paint, lead in gasoline, asbestos for all the fireproof stuff, and maybe they are safe. But we won't know the long-term effects of this for quite some time. And I know I don't know.
The rub.
I also know you don't know.
It's the rub.
Nobody really knows yet. I'd like you to consider that. My grandkids sleep right here.
And we have heard the health concerns, and that's, we understand there's a concern.
To be fair, asbestos, that was all safe. Like lead and paint and lead and gasoline was safe. Many things were safe until they weren't. We just don't know yet.
Right.
I'm not supposed to say there's better places, but there are.
Okay.
Sir, I just
Thank
can't
you
help but ask.
I'm sorry?
What's your opinion of cell phones?
Well, I mentioned that at the county commission meeting, and I said, I'd hate to be a hypocrite, I use a cell phone. Verizon, not AT&T.
Are you
But,
worried about health issues or?
no.
You're not worried about health issues?
Well.
And this,
yes
I'm
and no.
sorry, this is Kurt Sponsel, Assistant County Counselor. I would caution on continuing this line of questioning regarding health, specifically as it relates to the 18 subsections that staff previously provided you. One of those is that in conformance with 47 USC 332 C7B4, you may not reject an application in whole or in part based on perceived or alleged environmental effects of radio frequency emissions or exposure.
Thank you, but I'm not going to reject it because of that.
Yeah, certainly. I would just caution that line of questioning because certainly it could provide, even if you aren't, at least provide the appearance that you were or that other commissioners may take interest in the line of questioning if it were. Thank you.
You asked me, sir, if I use cell phones, and I was worried about it. I'm a farmer, and a lot of farmers wear those things so that they just push a button and they can talk and keep driving the tractor. I don't do that because I do worry about it. I use it as I have to, but this thing will bombard us 24/7. It may be fine. I don't know, but we won't know for 20 years.
Microwave ovens, hair dryers. Anyway, but we're not, but again, right now, the statute said we can't deny it because we don't have that proof.
Does that make any sense?
The energy of the population to work on those kinds of rules would be a wonderful place for your energy, perhaps. Okay, any other speakers in chambers that want to speak? I see one more. Are there others still getting ready? Okay. Yes, sir. Your name and
Stan
address.
Hancock. I live at 10700 East 75th Street South. I'm about halfway between where Mike, who just spoke, lives now and where his grandchildren live. We built our forever home out there just within 7/8 of a mile from where this tower is proposed, and our family's been there for 25 years. I concur with all of the comments that have been made by the previous people that not only aesthetically, but physically and health-wise, I would ask you to deny this request.
Thank you for your testimony. Any new information that you had to mention beyond? Any questions for the speaker? Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak on this issue? Is there anyone participating virtually who would like to speak on this issue? Please unmute your mics and state your name and address, please. Okay, I don't see that we have any activity there. If staff can see anything that I can't, please advise. We would then ask the agent to come back to the podium, please. You have 2 minutes to respond to the concerns expressed.
Thank you again for your time, and there's just a couple of items that I would like to address. Number one is that this site that AT&T is proposing here is a necessary site. AT&T has a coverage deficiency there. There is a tower that the city of Derby approved over by the Lowe's. It's about 3.5 miles northeast from this tower. This particular tower is built into improving the coverage in the city of Derby significantly. Part of the reason this tower is put where it is because of the growth that people have mentioned. I mean, it's a network thing. The growth they know is coming. They're going to have a lot of data issues. They're going to have calls drop. So they're trying to get ahead of the game. So we're trying to build out the entire network in the city of Derby, trying to vastly improve the coverage for the city, for the east part of the city and west part of Sedgwick County. So the tower that was approved, it was approved in, I believe, back in July of 2021. It's a 180-foot monopole, very similar to this one. It is actually built and on air. So this is the tower that will talk to that tower if these two towers get built. So if there's any other questions, I will be gladly to answer them.
Commissioner Hartman?
Why does it have to be as tall as it is?
The reason this tower is this tall is because of the ground elevation, what they're trying to cover. This is a lower ground elevation than where we originally were and where the other tower is currently being built. And it needs to be that tall to reach to, these towers talk to one another as you're driving through, you're getting passed off from tower to tower. So it needs to be able to relay to the other towers in the area.
Other questions? I think I saw Mr. McKay. Commissioner McKay, Commissioner Nix, did you
I
have
was
a?
going to ask the same thing.
Okay. And can you speak to there are some conditions in this application. What was planned to improve the aesthetics, as that's a primary issue? Is it simply a fence?
There's a fence, and the county requires landscaping that we will abide by. I believe as part of our plan that we can landscape around the fence. There's going to be an 8-foot solid fence. It's called Simtech fence. It can look like stone or brick or whatever the county wants us to make it look like. We can make it look like that.
Scott?
Yeah, just a staff clarification on that. There's no requirement for landscaping included.
There's no.
But the solid screening of a 6-foot.
Solid screening, then that's what we'll do, whatever they require.
Commissioner Hartman?
Okay, what equipment will that 8-foot screen, will there be other equipment above that 8 feet?
The type of equipment that goes in here is called a cabinet. So it's not a shelter. It's an electronic cabinet. The height of how high we have to raise this to get out of the floodplain, the cabinets are about 5 foot high. So the top of the cabinet, you may be able to see that, but it just depends on how high we have to raise the equipment.
Other questions for the agent? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
And
Question,
this-
I have
I'm
do you have
sorry.
an additional question?
This is Kirk Sponsel, Assistant County Counselor. I'm sorry to hop in again, but just
No,
for
please
your
do.
own consideration, prior to further discussion, there were a couple of points I do need to address. One was the question of AT&T coverage that was raised both by the opposition and by the applicant themselves. I just want to read out that of KSA 60-2019 F3. It says that, I'm sorry, not F3, but rather F1, you are not allowed to evaluate an applicant's business decisions with respect to the applicant's design, service, customer demand for service, or quality of the applicant's service to or from a particular area or site. So what's been presented to you in terms of coverage should not be considered in favor of or against the application itself. And then also I want to mention that somebody specifically referenced that this would be AT&T cell tower, and they were commenting on how, to paraphrase, that AT&T would move on at some point from this, that maybe they didn't care about the property as much. I also wanted to raise in that same section, subsection F9, it says that you cannot discriminate or create a preference on the basis of ownership of any structure when evaluating applications. So you can't use the fact that AT&T would be the ones running or owning this structure and hold that against them, essentially.
And again, these are Kansas statutes that we don't have jurisdiction over, but have to comply with. Commissioner Foster?
That is
So the counselor has given us a long list of the state statute requirements of the things we're not allowed to consider. I personally don't like that law, but that is the law, and we have to follow it. What the county commission asked us to do when they sent this back to us was to clarify the reasonableness of the aesthetics. And as far as I can tell from everything we've heard today, there is no aesthetic compromise that would satisfy the people who have opposed this. A cell phone tower to function has to be tall, it's going to be visible. I think the monopole design is the most aesthetically unobtrusive, as it is reasonable to expect a functioning cell tower to be. It's been traditional to put the infrastructure that supports services for a whole community in low-income communities. That's never been just. It's not just now. I don't think that the fact that you live out in the country or you live in a nice subdivision gives you perpetual immunity from having to share the community-wide responsibility to occasionally see unpleasant infrastructure if we want the services that infrastructure provides. So that's my view of this. I will be voting again to approve this tower, and I wait to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Foster. Commissioner McKay?
All I'd like to do is have Scott give us the process that we go through, regardless of what the motion is, the process that happens from here forward, regardless of what we do. Back to the county.
Well, I think, from this point, you provide a recommendation. The recommendation then will be scheduled as soon as we can expeditiously to the county commission for them to consider it again. And so they hold another meeting, it's on the agenda, they discuss it and take a vote.
Just a point of clarification with that, I just want to remind the folks, especially for those here who provided a protest, the original protest, which was valid and provided it over the 20% threshold, is still valid. There's not another protest period because the protest from the original period is still valid and will carry over, which requires the 4 or 5 vote from the Board of County Commissioners.
I think clarification of home rule for Derby, can you explain that aspect, Scott, again, so we're all understanding?
Yeah, since this is in the unincorporated county, it's a county case, and so it's the county commissioners. Now, the county does afford the ability for cities in Sedgwick County to have an area of influence so that they formally have a process by which their planning commissions can provide input. Derby has elected, they heard this case, their planning commission recommended denial, that information has been forwarded on. But beyond providing a recommendation, they do not have a formal say in the process. They always have the opportunity to write a letter and send that on behalf of the city commission, but that would take a vote. But again, it's an informal and advisory process if they go to that extent.
Scott, did you just say that the planning commission of Derby, they approved it? The county, the city council denied it.
So there's a lot of folks who are talking, but so the planning staff at Derby, they wrote a staff report on it. Their recommendation was for approval. It was taken up by the Derby Planning Commission. The Derby Planning Commission made a motion. Members of the Planning Commission made a motion to approve. That motion failed, and so subsequently it was deemed to be a denial, and that's the letter that Derby provided to the county commission.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Bay?
Am I correct in assuming that the county commission will make the final decision on this approval?
Yes, and they've simply asked us to hear the case again, and remember Philip's instruction that particularly what they wanted us to get a ruling on was the state statute regarding aesthetics. Can we require more than a certain minimum to change the aesthetics of the item that the business wants to use? Commissioner Hartman?
In regard to aesthetics, is it possible for them to provide screening so that, they're talking about they don't know how high it was going to be out of the floodplain, but would be able to provide screening, whatever height that might be, too, instead of, I don't know what was it, 8 foot or 10 foot, whatever it was?
Honestly, I'm sorry, excuse me, but I don't, I don't think the screening around the base of the tower is the issue with people. They're gonna see
the
the
height.
tower sticking up far above the screening, no matter how tall that fence is around it. That's, I
There,
think, fairly irrelevant.
and we
looking
understand there is no light atop the pole and no lights on the pole. Can we confirm that that's accurate? Because it's below is the agent still in the room? There's no lights on the pole at all.
That was his statement, and that's governed by the FAA.
Okay, so it's below the FAA height. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion by the commission?
Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application per staff comments.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Foster and a second from Commissioner Green. Let's go with a roll call vote, or any further discussion on the motion. Let's go for a roll call vote.
Certainly. And this is on a motion to approve per staff comments. Fox?
Yes.
Dool?
Yes.
McKay?
Yes.
Green?
Aye.
Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Blick?
Yes.
Nix?
Yes.
Foster?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Joe Johnson?
I'd like to vote no because it's going to pass anyway, but I'll vote yes.
Miles?
Aye.
Hartman?
No.
Aldridge?
Yes.
Williams Bay?
Yes.
Show the vote is 13-1.
Motion passes 13-1. Thank you to those who did bring testimony, and we do appreciate your time to be present with us. If we will now go on to item 4.3, conditional use 2023. Yeah, that's okay. Speaks for itself. Yes, I know. Conditional use 2023, quadruple 06. Let's see what time it is right here. 2:47. Just give a few minutes for the room to clear. If anyone would like, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Conditional use 2023, quadruple 05. No.
Oh, quadruple 06.
Conditional 2023, quadruple 06. Philip, will you please present the staff report?
Yes, Philip Zieverbergen again for the record. Conditional use 2306 is a conditional use request in rural residential zoning for a cell tower, 185-foot cell tower located east of K-15, kind of southeast of South Woodlawn Boulevard, as you can see in the image on your screen. The applicant is requesting to place, they're leasing a 75-foot by 75-foot area on the subject property. It is worth noting that this subject property and this subject property are under common ownership. They share a common drive. If you want to go to the aerial, Paul. Again, it'll be a 185-foot tower. The applicant has, their application indicated a lattice structure, and kind of skipping ahead, paraphrasing, the wireless communication master plan encourages using less visually obtrusive structures. So staff is recommending a monopole structure. I had a conversation with the agent prior to the meeting. They're amenable to this, but I'll let them speak to that as well. But they are amenable to that condition. The tower will share the applicant's driveway for an access drive, and then it will continue on this direction and provide access to the tower compound. The Unified Zoning Code has height compatibility standards at a 1-to-1 ratio. So however high your tower is, you need to be 1 foot away from the property line. Based on the information in the application, the tower does meet those guidelines. It is farther than 185 feet to either property line in any direction. Not going to spend too much time on these state statutes. Given the prior discussion, I feel like we're all fairly versed in what can and cannot be discussed regarding the state statute. All of the surrounding properties are rural residential, and as you can see, are large lots, residential developments. There is the property to the northeast, which has a conditional use for a cell tower from back in the 70s. Again, as I note, one of the stipulations in the state statute that cannot be under consideration is whether or not you can co-locate on existing facilities. So the fact that they're building a tower hundreds of feet away when they could potentially be placed, facilities be placed on an existing tower, is not something that can be under consideration by this board. Staff feels it's in conformance with the plans and policies, including the wireless communications master plan. Staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions of your staff report. Again, I'll just say for a reminder's sake that staff is recommending a monopole structure when the application stated a lattice structure. It appears that the agent is amenable to that, and I will let them expound upon that a little bit farther. I've heard one public comment on this, and their request or their statement was in regards to why would you allow another tower next to an existing tower? But again, that's not something we can consider as part of our review. I'll go through the images. If you want to go to the next slide, please. It's out in the rural area. It is not within anybody's influence area. It's actually a little piece carved out in between Derby and Mulvane's. So it does not go to either one of those commissions. It also is in County District 5, which does, their Citizens Advisory Board does not provide comments on planning items. So it is your recommendation only going forward to the Board of County Commissioners. Next picture, please. This is the parcel. You can see the access drive to the lease area. Next picture. This is the compound area itself. We'll need a revised site plan showing the monopole structure as opposed to the lattice. Next picture. That's the elevation of the tower. Again, this will be revised with the change into a monopole structure. Next picture. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking to the north. So again, that's the existing tower that was approved in the 70s. Next picture. This is looking south-southwest. This is the residential property that owns this field. It's technically on a separate tax parcel, but it is under common ownership. Next picture. This is looking to the east. The property line has a wooded hedgerow. Next picture. This is looking to the south towards the property line that is shared with a neighbor. Next picture. And this is looking from Southeast Boulevard. This is the driveway up to the back that will be used for the access drive to the tower, and I can stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you, Philip. The agent or applicant, please step forward. Your name and address, please, and 10 minutes for your proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Irwin. My address is 5607 West 130th Street, Overland Park. I am the applicant here for the proposal in front of you today. I can confirm what Philip said. We will change the tower structure to be of monopole nature so it better conforms with the master plan. We will make that change as soon as possible. This tower is for Verizon, and the FAA has approved it. This tower will not be lit. That does not change, even though we're changing the tower type, because the height will remain the same, 185 feet with a 4-foot lightning rod on top. Being that 189 feet overall height, we are 210 feet from the nearest property line, which is to the north. Also, I do want you to know that the residential structure that Philip showed in the in the presentation, that residence is owned by our landlord, and they're a family that lives there, right there. So they're obviously in agreement with this. With that being said, and I will also tell you that the common ownership is of 3 adjacent parcels totaling just shy of 20 acres that this is going to be on. So they are very large parcels. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions that we have.
Questions for applicant, Commissioner Nix?
Do you own the tower to the north that was?
No, we do not. That is I represent Tillman Infrastructure. That company is American Tower that owns that structure to the north.
How tall is that tower?
It is, I believe it is quite a bit taller. I don't know. I can't give you an exact answer, but I believe it is taller.
How far away is it?
Probably 600, 700 feet.
But cell companies can't be required to co-locate on an existing tower, correct?
You are correct. And that tower also, as far as aesthetics goes, it has the guy wires that come down in the 3 different directions, whereas the structure we're proposing does not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Aldrich?
Sir, besides the change from the lattice style to the mono, do you agree with staff recommendations and comments?
Yes, we do. We accept all of them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Then we'd call forward public speakers, please. Come to the mic, state your name and address.
Hello, my name is John Harper, Derby resident, 9451 South Woodland Boulevard, about 2 blocks north from the proposed tower. The facility's location is zoned rural residential and consists of only single-family homes on large lots. Granted conditional use permit to construct a tower would violate the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Zoning Code, the Community Investment Plan, and the Wireless Communication Master Plan. It would also inflict upon nearby homes and surrounding communities the precise type of adverse impact the Unified Zoning Code, Community Investment Plan, and the Wireless Communication Master Plan were explicitly enacted to prevent. The Unified Zoning Code has set forth the purpose to preserve and improve the public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Wichita and Sedgwick County, and to implement the comprehensive plan of the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County. The Unified Zoning Code's purpose in implementing the regulatory aspects of the comprehensive plan's goals are to enhance the quality of life through the provisions and proper maintenance of open space and natural resources, and to protect and preserve the human-made and natural elements which support human habitation, and to create a unique living environment. Clearly, the Unified Zoning Code, as well as the community investment plans, envisions a community where quality of life is primary goal. The construction of the tower, proposed cell tower, would violate the Wireless Communications Master Plan adopted January of 2019. The Wireless Communications Master Plan outlines location, siting, and design guidelines for new wireless facilities. In general, tall wireless communication facilities should be limited to heavy commercial and industrial areas and should decrease in height as the intensity of development decreases, the shortest facility being located in residential areas. The language is clear, and this cell tower does not belong in this proposed residential neighborhood. The size of the tower alone indicates it should be in a heavy commercial or industrial area. In addition, there is no design or disguise that could camouflage a tower. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Do you utilize internet or cell phone service yourself in the area?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Next speaker, please. Did we have somebody on this side, I thought, earlier? Anyone else in the room to speak on this item? Is there anyone participating virtually who would like to speak on this item? Hearing none, I'll bring this back to the commission. Oh, I'm sorry, Agent, do you have any response to the concerns expressed? Okay. Commissioners?
I'd like to make a motion we approve subject to staff comments with the exception of making it a monopole rather than a lattice.
Second.
Commissioner McKay's made a motion, second from Commissioner Bill Johnson. Any
Can I
further
get a
discussion?
clarification? Did you say with the exception of the monopole, meaning they would be, oh, oh, okay. Just thought I misheard that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion passes 14-0. Thank you for your testimony. We are now to item 4.7, zoning case 2023-08. Philip, it's your day.
It is. I drew the lucky
7.
straw. Zone 2308 is a request,
7
a
and-
zone change request from single-family residential to LC limited commercial on a 70.77 acre property located on the east side of South Seneca, just within 1 block south of West 31st Street South. The property is comprised of 2 tax parcels under the same ownership, and it's proposed to be developed into 1 lot. Essentially, it's going to cross the property line and be developed as 1 property. So it is a through lot between Seneca and Walnut. The applicant, Paul, if you want to go to the site plan, please. The applicant is proposing to construct a drive-through coffee kiosk. If you're unfamiliar with those, I believe as you can see on the site plan, is for Scooters Coffee. Typically, they don't have internal seating. They might provide some outdoor seating. Most of it is primarily for drive-through only. So as you can see, they're proposing to raise the property, redesign the property with a through drive from Seneca to Walnut, and then the drive-through lane, which will circle back to the west, going through the coffee kiosk. They're proposing a screening fence, which is required when LC commercial zoning is next to single-family residential zoning to the south. And you can see that they are proposing the landscape buffer, which is required by the landscape ordinance. With that, other landscaping is required. They came to development review and we had a discussion about all the requirements regarding a landscape street yard along South Seneca as well as along South Walnut. Those are required because South Seneca is an arterial street, and along South Walnut because there is residential zoning to the east of South Walnut. Properties around the area, if you want to go to the zoning map. Property to the north is a platted alley directly. North of the platted alley is limited commercial zoning. It's undeveloped land under the same ownership as Quick Trip, which is just the property to the north. Property to the west is zoned commercially with a community unit plan. It's developed with Dillons as well as some other out parcels. Property to the east is TF3 zoning and developed with duplexes. And property to the south is zoned single-family residential and developed with a single-family home on it. Because of the residential structures to the east, staff is proposing a protective overlay on this. Number one, because we're going from limited commercial uses and kind of stepping down to low intensity residential uses, one of the first points of the protective overlay is to limit the uses to those permitted by right and neighborhood retail, in addition to a drive-through restaurant, which is what a coffee shop is considered in our zoning code. Neighborhood retail wouldn't allow the drive-through, so we'd let them have the drive-through as part of their development, but all other uses would be limited to neighborhood retail as a way to step down the proposed intensity of commercial uses abutting directly onto residential property to the south. The other one that staff is recommending, again, if you go to the site plan, we're recommending that there not be a drive permitted along the east side of the property along South Walnut. The comprehensive plan has design guidelines when it comes to when commercial properties are near residential streets or even near residences across the street. On page 3 of your staff report, under general site design elements, it talks about ingress and egress locations to non-residential uses. Generally should not access residential streets unless such access will not negatively impact nearby residential areas. Staff's concern with the through drive has 2 reasons to it. Number one, if cars are coming in from South Seneca to join the drive-through line, you're gonna be having, even with a landscape street yard north of the driveway right here, you would have headlight trespass shining straight into a house right across the street. And then as well as cars are making the turn through the drive-through line, those headlights will be sweeping to other homes. And especially in the winter months when the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. are pretty dark yet, you're going to be having a significant number of headlight trespass onto residential properties. And so part of the reason we want to close this driveway is to also require a level of screening, not necessarily a 6-foot screening fence, but something high enough to protect against headlight trespass. Can be done with landscaping, something to indicate a solid barrier to help mitigate the headlight trespass of vehicles going through the drive-through. The second reason we want to close the drive is to minimize the access to Walnut of the commercial vehicles. Quick Trip already has access. We understand that to the north, and there's probably some level of usage of Walnut when it comes to property or vehicles coming off of West 31st Street onto Walnut to get into Quick Trip, which they could also do here. But then you also think of people not, when they think of, well, do I make a left-hand turn onto Seneca during busy times of the day, or can I go onto Walnut to either shoot up to 31st Street or go down to 34th Street, which has a light on Seneca? It could increase the amount of commercial traffic onto a residential street that, as you go south of this location, is 100% residential. So staff feels that that would have a negative impact on the residential uses on the east side of Walnut and even the residences farther south on Walnut. So that is part of the recommendation is the protective overlay is requiring the drive to be closed and some level of solid screening, either by fencing or landscaping, could be a combination of both, just as a matter to protect the properties to the east from the increased commercial usage of this property. Otherwise, staff finds that this is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Again, it's in partial conformance because of the current layout, but if the layout changes, it becomes a little bit more in conformance with the plan. Again, staff is recommending approval subject to the protective overlay. We've gone over those items, but they're also in your staff report. I've heard one comment, and it was a gentleman who owns the duplexes to the east. He wanted additional information, and I supplied it to him. So I didn't hear back from him, so I don't know if he's for or against it. It has gone to DAB on April 5th. DAB recommended approval subject to the protective overlay, and I can go through the rest of the slides for you. If you want to skip to just the site pictures, I think we've addressed everything else. So this is looking at the property. This is the current single-family home that will be raised. Next picture. This is looking southeast. Again, this is an existing single-family home. I wanted to capture the residential nature of South Seneca. One thing I failed to mention here is they do have kind of a series of connected driveways here. We worked through with the applicant. They, in a sense, have a shared drive with the neighbor to the south. There seems to be no legal reason that that has to be there, and they actually intend to close that drive. They only really intend to have one driveway onto Seneca, which would be, I'm sorry, they're going to close this drive, they're going to take this drive and make it bigger, but basically they're not going to have a shared piece of concrete anymore. They will provide a barrier between the neighbor's driveway that connects kind of off of this and their property. There doesn't seem to be like a shared access easement or anything like that, because this property has a second drive as well. So their driveway will be here, they're going to close this driveway, and then this is the access to the alley. Next picture. This is looking at Quick Trip. Again, this is the alley. This is the undeveloped land just north of the property that Quick Trip owns. Next picture. Looking at the alley, kind of at the through lot. This is the entire lot all the way down. Next picture. This is looking from Walnut at the property. This is the rear of the property. You can see the single family home that shares the property line with it. Next picture. This is the single-family home to the south of the property. Next picture. These are the duplexes across the street. Next picture. This is looking southeast along Walnut. Next picture. And that is it. I can stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Warren?
Philip, on the screening, would it be the applicant that will come up with the screening plan, and then that screening plan would be approved by who?
That would be reviewed and approved by the planning department. So they would have to revise their site plan. If it is approved with restricting the drive access and requiring screening there, that would have to be part of their site plan.
Couple questions, Philip.
Yeah.
Never was an alley between the two lots, right?
No.
Okay.
No, there was no platted alley between these two.
And refresh me again, what's between Quick Trip and this parcel?
This is a platted alley. This is undeveloped land that Quick Trip owns.
Okay. And then what's across the street from Quick Trip?
Up here?
No, to the
the
east,
west?
To the east.
Oh, to the east? That's a commercial piece of land. These are duplexes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bill Johnson, you had a question?
Yeah, Philip, I understand that vacant lot is gonna be a new Quick Trip.
I don't know their timing. I know I looked on GIS and found it was owned by them.
Anyway, I'm just wondering if it's gonna be built there, does that influence you any such way with this project?
We took into consideration the Quick Trip's existing presence on Walnut, and they basically have the rights to do what they want to do because the property is already zone limited commercial, so they have the access to Walnut that they already have.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams, Bay?
Philip, did you indicate that the drive that's shown on South Walnut on the site plan will be eliminated?
That is staff recommendation.
And that brings up a good point. So on that vacant land, which is going to be possibly a Quick Trip in the future, will you allow a driveway coming out onto Walnut?
So their property is already zone limited commercial. They would not have to come through our review before they develop. So they already have the access to Walnut, and they can develop with the rights that they have to their property. Our review was that's already producing a level of commercial traffic on Walnut. We have the opportunity, knowing commercial development is asking to go farther south and, a little bit more intruding into the residential area. What can we do to mitigate negative impacts of commercial traffic on the residential street of Walnut?
Commissioner Foster?
Philip, I'm just a little confused. If you look at the site plan on page 1 of our staff report, it looks like there's an alley adjacent to the subject property on the north boundary. But if you look at the site plan, the word alley is adjacent to the north edge, but the alley lines look like they're between the Quick Trip and the vacant property that belongs to Quick Trip. So where is the alley, actually?
So I think that's probably just something that wasn't caught on the site plan. The platted alley is where it is paved right here, directly north of the subject site.
Right, so if in future Quick Trip develops that land, I'm just looking at the length of this queuing lane and thinking, if I'm halfway through that and somebody in front of me has a car that overheats, you could be stuck there forever. It looks like there needs to be an escape lane into the alley. Is that a feasible option?
Yeah,
in the
they
site
have,
plan?
if you're adjacent to a platted alley, you have rights to access that alley, so they could design their site with an escape route and another driveway off the alley to provide that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel better about closing off the driveway to Walnut.
So Philip, theoretically, you could come off Walnut into the alley onto the property.
Correct.
For
Correct. You can't use the alley for your queuing, but they do have access off of the alley from Walnut. We can't close off the alley. We can only work with what's on the private property.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Commissioner Aldrich?
Going back to the alley, if that's ever vacated, would that be equal between the two properties on the north side and the south side?
I believe the properties are platted in the same addition, so if they are platted in the same addition, then it would be equal parts, yes. If Quick Trip is platted in a separate it depends on how the alley was platted. if it was platted where these are within the same subdivision and the land was dedicated half from the subject property and half from Quick Trip's property, then yes, it would, reversion rights would be half and half.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If none, then we'd call the applicant, please.
I think Ms. Miles has.
Commissioner
I have
Miles?
a quick question. I think I recall back a few years ago, we had a case for a drive-through restaurant, and there was a lot of discussion about the noise that comes off of the speaker from where people order. Is there any concern about this as close as it is to the residences?
Right, that is a good question. Paul, if you want to go back to the site plan, thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Miles. According to their site plan, their menu board is on the north side of the property, not along the east property line. So when it comes to the noise of that speaker, it's not adjacent or as near to the residential property. It's on the north side by the alley and quite a bit away, about halfway, almost at that lot where the lot line is, away from the property line. So there's quite a bit of distance between where their menu board is positioned and where the residences are.
Thank you. Okay, agent or applicant, would you like to come forward and tell us about your project, please? State your name and address, and you have 10 minutes.
I am the applicant's agent, Rainey Purdue with Call Valley Engineering, 2319 North Jackson, Junction City, Kansas.
And I am Jake Burnett with Loving Cup and Scooters Coffee, 201 Northwest 11th Street, Blue Springs, Missouri, 64015.
So when we were at the DAP meeting was the first time we saw the suggested overlay, and we have no issue with those requirements. Actually, that kind of changes the site back to our atypical site that we do. We put these on fairly small locations regularly with the single drive-through lane. What we're looking at, I've got two options sitting here in front of me that shows the Walnut Street access closed and doing options for if we want an escape lane. We do these all the time without some sort of an escape lane. Otherwise, this is a single 450 square foot building.
664.
600, okay, yeah, that's right, they've gotten bigger, yeah. So 664 square foot building. So a lot of the site will be landscape, all of the site other than the building will be landscaped or drive-through. These are very, very, very nice looking structures. Scooters is just excited to put another one in the city of Wichita. What was for the question about the alleyway, the north alleyway that you were referencing is actually vacated. I can't read any of this. If it says it on the document I have says that this alleyway up here is vacated.
Can you stay at the microphone, please, so participants virtually can hear, and then
Oh,
use
there
the mouse
there you
to
go.
point?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm
Says that
sorry.
the document I have says that this north alleyway has been vacated. Otherwise, yeah, we've got no issue with their recommendations, so.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody for their time. We appreciate you guys' consideration. We're eager to serve the community here. We appreciated being able to go to the district advisory board and to speak with the community there. I just want to add, for what it's worth, I know you're going to take it with a grain of salt, but we take a lot of pride in taking care of our properties and being good neighbors. We're a family-owned business, so we're not on any of the coast. We're here. We plan to operate these stores for a very long time, and we take a lot of pride in developing our team members, serving high-quality products, being incredibly fast so that we can get you on your way. And we're happy to comply with closing Walnut, adding adequate and thorough landscape screening. And again, I just want to reiterate that we really want to be a good neighbor. And the menu board speaker post on the north side of the property where it's currently located, I I feel very confident it's not going to be an issue for any neighbors to the south or the east. That being said, the volume on those are adjustable. So if it's ever an issue, we can adjust that. So we're here for any questions. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the commission? I have a question about the queue line. It looks like if that's to scale, it looks like you have 13 cars in there at a time. What's typical for that? Is there a possibility of it spilling over onto Seneca with just the one exit entrance? And what's the space like for the cars to go in and out on this kind of plan?
Yeah, so to put that in perspective, as a brand, our minimum queuing requirements are 10 cars total within the drive-through lane. I believe even with the modified plans we're looking at, we're going to be somewhere between 17 and 20 vehicles.
Because they could be in now a whole circle?
Before you get to the apron, right? And then you can fit another vehicle on the apron along Seneca. We also strive for 30-second window times. We're certainly not always perfect, but our brand differentiator is speed. And so we focus on that heavily. And so if we were to stack out 21, 22 cars and hit Seneca, that would be that'd be a pretty unheard of situation that we've never run into before. So I don't foresee that being an issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the agent? Seeing none, then we'd ask for anyone with public comment who is in chambers to come. Go ahead to the podium, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Vasquez. I live in 3245 South Walnut Street, which is right next to this project. Now, you guys have been talking about the neighbors on the east side, but you guys haven't said nothing about us, the ones who live on the south side, and it's right next to that property. You mentioned, oh, the speaker is going to be on the north side. It ain't going to be bothering the neighbors. Believe me, I heard the the company that pick up the trash from Quick Trip at 4 o'clock in the morning making noise. I have 2 children. We bought this house about a year ago because it was close to high school. It was close to elementary school. Hoping they have my kids grow up in this area because it was a nice area. And now you guys trying to do business right next to my house. Think about it. Would you like that in your house? Would you like to have that right next to it? What are you going to build, a wide brick wall in there to keep the noise away from my house? How am I going to feel safe with all the cars driving by, commercial vehicles, delivering food, or whatever they're going to build there, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning? I don't think this is really a good idea. This is the first time I heard about this. I know Quick Trip is going to try to build something. They're going to make it bigger because that's what they're doing with all the Quick Trips. And I understand that. They already got that property back from this guy who used to own this property, this house. Okay? And now this guy's trying, I didn't even know his name. I know his last name is Lee. I can't remember his first name. He was trying to sell this property for over 2 years. And this is the first time I come over here and heard that they're trying to build a commercial property. I don't think that's a good idea. So please, think about this. You guys really want to have a restaurant right next to your house? Like I said, I bought this house about a year ago because I have a 14-year-old daughter, a 12-year-old boy, that I want them to go to South High.
Okay.
And now I'm going to have this business making more traffic, more noise.
Is there any other concern you have that you want the company to hear? The traffic next to your house, the noise, and potential security risks?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
Yeah, sir, with the using the mouse, can you show us where you live?
Sure. There is actually another picture. I don't know how to go back to it.
The picture of the house with the carport?
Yes.
Was that your home that we
Yes,
saw
that's my
pictured?
house.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the
And
picture.
actually, there is, okay, yeah, this right here. There is right here, this right here. I don't know if it is showing in there or not. Yeah, that one right there. So this wall right here, there is a brick wall that is actually falling into my property, and I'm trying to get a hold of who owns this to talk about that too.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you for your testimony. Any other speakers on this item? In chambers, is there anyone participating virtually who would like to speak on this item? Hearing none, the app agent, please return for rebuttal.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and for sharing your concerns. I certainly appreciate that. As you pointed out, the property's been vacant for probably more than a couple years and could arguably be discussed as being blighted. And you've got a wall falling in. Interestingly enough, as a commercial business, we're in a lot of ways, we're actually being held to a higher standard of caring for our property and being a good neighbor to you. So things like a wall or fence or something caving in would be repaired timely by us. And we would have no access to Walnut whatsoever. Seneca is already, in a lot of ways, characteristically a commercial corridor. It's certainly a very robust corridor. While we would have customers coming in and out of the business, we don't believe we generate new traffic. We're not a destination. We're a convenience-based product that people come to. So I'd be honored to talk to you more to see if there's ways we could further improve a landscape buffer that would help satisfy you. But I can assure you that we will do everything in our power to be a really good neighbor. And we want to sell coffee, serve the community, and love on people. And we're not here to be a nuisance. We sell no noxious products, no marijuana, no alcohol, none of that. So.
Questions?
Maybe it's been stated, but what are your hours of operation?
So currently our hours of operation are 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m.
When's your trash picked up?
I'm sorry?
When is your trash picked up?
Typically it's picked up twice a week.
Do you know time of day? Or can you restrict that?
I don't know, but I can look into it. Right now, I think it's completely at the discretion of the trash company.
Commissioner Aldrich?
Yes, sir. The property where this gentleman resides, the property that you're purchasing, is that the same property where the brick wall is that's falling?
It sounds like it, yes.
Would that be something that you could probably seriously look at?
It's something that we would repair entirely. We would completely replace the fence and the landscape screening that separates the two properties.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Williams-Bey?
This correctly, isn't there screening going to be provided between the site and the gentleman that just spoke? Isn't there screening, new screening, landscape screening?
Yes. Yes. Can you
Yes,
describe?
correct. There are some trees that potentially will remain, but we'll also increase the amount of landscaping there, and we'll work with staff to do that.
And a minimum of 6-foot screening fence is required.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Thank you. I'm sorry, your time's up, but you've made connections, so that would be some opportunity to speak. Okay, bring it back to the commission.
I have a motion. This is Commissioner Blick. I am pretty familiar with this area. I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff's recommendation.
I have a motion from Commissioner Blick.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Green. Discussion? Oh, was it Commissioner Warren? You're okay. Okay, Commissioner Green had the second. Any discussion? My serious heartbreak is losing another residential property in our community. So I just state that for the record. Other discussion? Then I would call for a vote. All in favor of the proposal with per staff conditions indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 13-1. Thank you. Next case, 4.8. Christina, could we have a staff presentation? This is zoning case 2023 /09, West 31st, 3205 North Fairview.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Christina Reith, Associate Planner with the Planning Department. Glad to give Philip a break from giving reports. This is case number zone 2023 /09. The applicant is requesting a zone change from SF5 Single Family Residential District to TF3 Two Family Residential District on an unplatted lot totaling 4.5 acres at 3205 North Fairview Avenue. The subject site is currently developed with a single family residence. The applicant has indicated that they intend to use the site for duplex development. Now, I did mention in my report here that the subject site could accommodate up to a certain number of duplexes, but the way that the subject site is now, it can only accommodate one duplex. So they could put more duplexes on site either through a conditional use to allow multifamily density, or they could do a lot split. But for now, this can only accommodate one duplex. The character of the neighborhood is residential. Within 1 block east of the subject site are 2 properties zoned TF3 Two Family Residential District, as you can see on the zoning map here. Thus, the requested zone change is not introducing a new use to the area. The subject site currently has access to North Fairview Avenue, which is a gravel street with no sidewalks on either side. The subject site has access to water, but sewer services will need to be extended onto the site. The requested zone change is in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. The Wichita Future Growth Concept Map of 2035 identifies the subject site as appropriate for residential and new employment. The plan defines residential as areas that reflect the full diversity of residential development densities and types typically found in a large urban municipality. Duplex development is thus an appropriate type of use for this land. Based upon the information available prior to the public hearings, planning staff recommends that this request be approved, subject to the following findings that are also known as the golden rules within the planning department. I will say, though, that at the time the staff report was prepared, staff did not receive any comments from the public. However, since that report has been prepared, I did receive 2 phone calls from the public, one of which was a gentleman who wanted to speak on behalf of his neighbors in opposition to the proposed development, and another lady who was also speaking in opposition to development. So let's take a look through the site photos here.
Kristen, you have to ask Paul to.
Okay, sorry. So this is looking north away from the site. Next slide, please. This is looking directly east away from the site as a single family home. Next slide, please. This is looking south away from the site. You can see the gravel street here. Next slide, please. And this is looking towards the current site. I mentioned in my report that the property has been developed with a single family structure that you see here. Next slide, please. And that is it with my site photos. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Commissioner McKay?
Yes, the street in front of it, that's only a half street, is it not?
Are you referring to 31st Street North or?
No, Fairview.
Fairview. It's north of 20.
It looks like it does.
I think the piece of property, these are like 5-acre tracts, and I think the one on the north, the one on the south, there's street up to those 3 pieces of property that are full streets, but then those 3 properties only half street.
Phil might have some information.
Yeah, if you look at Paul, if you go to the zoning map, to Mr. McKay's point, if you look at where Fairview intersects 32nd Street, you can see how Fairview diminishes in size between 31st Street and 32nd Street. This will likely be addressed during the time of platting if they need to dedicate additional right-of-way.
There's also utilities. Like I noticed there's, on that one picture, there's electricities in it.
Right, and when it comes to public utilities as well, the extension of public services, there's a lot that has to be
So that'll all be taken care of in planning.
during plating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, ask for the applicant or agent, please.
Good afternoon, Phil Meyer with Boffman Company, agent for the applicant. We're in agreement with staff comments. I'll keep it short and brief for you. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
So it
Yes.
says it needs sewer extended. Is it on a septic right now, the house?
It is on septic, and sewer exists on, there, I live right in front. So sewer exists over here by 31st and Wellington, will need to be extended over, so will water. So this is a redevelopment project, infill, which always comes with its challenges. There is water in Fairview today. It's just, I believe engineering's gonna tell me it's not adequate size. It's too small of a line, so we'll have to deal with sewer and water extensions. We will plan on replatting the property. And that is, yeah, for Commissioner McKay, that is, we'll have to dedicate additional right-of-way when we go through the plating process.
Phil?
Just for John. Well, he asked, so.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Johnson, Bill. Joe.
Are you talking about just one duplex on there?
No, sir. We will put multiple duplexes.
Excuse me?
No, it will be more than one duplex.
Okay.
2 duplexes?
I don't have a quantity for you. We haven't gotten into
haven't
the
done the
layout
plat.
phase, and we had that question, so this did go to Dab Monday night. We had that question Monday night about that and the paving of Fairview, which I assume we're going to have to pave Fairview as a plating requirement. We just haven't gotten into the layout yet because the zoning is the first step. Let's figure out if we can get it zoned first, then we'll work on a plat.
Okay. Thank you. Any
Looked like
additional
the-
questions?
Looked like the staff report said it could accommodate up to 28 duplexes.
I'm not sure I agree with, and so mathematically, staff is correct. But when I take out street right away, when I do drainage and detention, when I add easements, I'll be proud of myself if I get 28 units on there.
Thank you. Commissioner Aldrich?
And do you agree with the rest of the staff recommendations and comments?
Yes, we do. We're in agreement with staff comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Anyone in chambers who would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium.
Yes, my name is Rhonda Waymeyer. I live at 3235 North Fairview Avenue. It's north of the development site. I prefer to keep it as a single-family zoning. It's a nice, peaceful area. And I've heard that, well, like he said, there's going to be several units which will increase traffic. It will add more noise to the area, and there probably will be a lot more crime. I've seen a lot more police activity in my area in the last few months, and this kind of concerns me. I've been there for a little over 31 years, and it's been a nice area to live in. My husband's family's been there since 1930, and it's been a nice area, so I'm just concerned about all the extra commotion that it's going to cause. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask, is yours one of the houses that was pictured in our report?
No,
Pink or
I'm
the- okay,
north of that.
On the north side.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm just
so-
covered by, I have 3 fields around me, so I've
Okay.
kind of got some space out there.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Francisco Bañuelos. I live to the south side of the property. I own these 2 parcels. I own 3115, 3109, 3119, and 3120. The two parcels to the south, they're like 4.5 acres. I own both of them. And across the street, I own some land too. I just built a new house 6 years ago, and I planned those 4 lots in one of the parcels to make a single families. And I would like to keep it single family as much as I can, but it's once you guys agree to change the zoning, they want to make it as many duplexes as they can.
You named multiple properties. Some of those are developed with homes, and you use those as rentals, or it's just the land? It's
Just family.
Just land, okay.
Family, yes.
Just family use,
Yeah.
okay. Any questions for the speaker?
Where is that in relationship to the site?
Yeah, can you use the mouse to point to where your properties are located?
Right here.
Okay.
And right next to the, right. And the next one to the, right here to that one, there too. I own this 9 acres right next to the south of the property. And I own some on the front of the property too. I can, yes, that one too. This one, all the way here, all the way back.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers in chambers who would like to speak on this topic? Is there anyone participating virtually who would like to speak on this case? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. Oh, rebuttal, Philip?
I'll try to be brief. I know it's been a long day. I understand the pains of infill. I don't take it lightly. If I could go back and page, I'm not sure how to take that back.
I think type in.
There we go. So
Okay, we got it.
you can tell, I think there was a zone change within the last month or two where all 3 of these lots here went to multifamily. So you can see that infill is occurring in multiple locations in this area, and will continue to happen throughout here. Our request does meet the comprehensive plan for the city, which we are now calling the Community Investment Plan. And so with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
I know it's in our reports, but can someone restate what the screening requirements are? Are there, if any, between multifamily and single family in that area? None. Is that correct?
With this going to 2-family residential, and they're not doing a conditional use for multifamily, so it'd just be straight up 2-family residential, there's no screening requirements.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We ascertain no one virtually. Bring it back to the commission.
Make a motion we approve, subject to staff comments.
Motion from Commissioner
And fix the
McKay,
street.
second from Commissioner Bill Johnson. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 14-0. Next case, please. This is 4.9, DER 2023 quadruple 06. And again, if we could have our staff report, please. This is the public hearing for the short-term rental businesses in Wichita, Sedgwick County, Wichita, Sedgwick County.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Thanks for the opportunity to present this one. We've got a pretty lengthy or robust presentation, so it's going to take a little bit for that to come up. But I guess the first thing to point out is that this has been an ongoing community conversation, and this is an important point in that conversation. And again, it comes to collecting input and finding out what's the best fit for our community. So excited to have this conversation with y'all. Okay, Paul, next slide, please. Okay, so on the staff report, and this is included in the PowerPoint as well, there's a number of recommendations in terms of action by the MAPC. And we'll go through step by step what each of these are, but at least in depth in terms of the presentation, we'll cover the materials that this addresses. So, and there are four main things that we're asking you to consider today, and we'll cover those in depth in just a little bit. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to cover all of this information. I won't spend a lot of time on it, but this is just an overview of where we're going. Next slide. So the issue that's really sparked this conversation about short-term rentals is that, number one, our zoning code did not anticipate short-term rentals when it was put in place a number of years ago. Short-term rentals are a fairly new concept, and so there's really not a provision for them in the code. And as such, what's required now in order for a short-term rental that's located in a residential district to be in compliance is that the stay would need to be 7 days or longer. Well, this creates a hardship for the folks who are operating short-term rentals, so that's an issue. Also, another issue that's come up has been, there have been neighbor complaints about short-term rentals in some locations, and something that really kicked off the conversation was the shooting that took place in Crown Heights. So you'll see that date come up. Next slide, please. So that's really what's kicked off this conversation. In terms of the process, what's taken place to date, next slide. So after the shooting in Crown Heights, there was a neighborhood association meeting. We attended that virtually, given the date, and reviewed what the existing regulations were. We conducted research, as you can see. We had a subsequent follow-up with Crown Heights, collected some input. We'll go over what that input and feedback was. Then we've done a number of pieces of research. There was a presentation to the City Council last year in October. And then following that, there was direction to go and talk to the District Advisory Board. So we did presentations at each of them. And that extended through February of this year. Next slide. Also in February, we stopped by and visited at their invitation with the Realtors of South Central Kansas. And then subsequently, it's been to the MAPC Advanced Plans. So next slide. And that's just to give you the highlights that there's been an ongoing community conversation about this. So definitions and mission, next slide. So what do we mean when we say short-term rental? Well, I think most people are familiar with them in the form of like an Airbnb or VRBO. Maybe you've stayed at one during a vacation or a visit. So these are a furnished dwelling unit that's available for a short-term stay. And again, that's one of the reasons it's in conflict with the zoning code. Next slide. I think this conversation has been especially interesting for the city of Wichita and generate a good dialogue because short-term rentals touch on 4 of the points of the city's mission statement. It touches on keeping residents safe, growing the economy, building dependable infrastructure, and providing conditions for living well. And I think that's been part of the perspective that we've gained through this conversation and part of why it's been so robust. Next slide. Okay, so existing conditions. So before we go through what the proposed changes are, I'd like to cover where we are today. Next slide. So we don't have a tally of how many short-term rentals are operating in the city of Wichita. We've spoken with a number of companies that specialize in monitoring short-term rentals, and based on one of those companies, they provided us with this information. You can see that in 2018, they estimated that there were 219, 220 in Wichita, and that has grown by the year 2022 at 475. So pretty robust growth in terms of the number of short-term rentals in the city. Next slide. We were asked, do we know the locations of them? And we do not have an inventory, either of the addresses, locations. However, again, these companies do provide this service, so we were able to get, they were able to provide us with some maps. From one of the companies, you can see here that the areas in red are higher concentrations of short-term rentals, and areas goes to yellow and then greens. But you can see from this map that they're distributed throughout the city with areas of certain concentrations. Next slide, please. Also, this is a map from another company. Of course, this is it's not zoomed in, so you can't see as great a detail, but you can see again that short-term rentals are identified throughout the city One other thing that I would point out is that if you notice in the legend, there's a number of company-owned properties that are operated as short-term rentals. Next slide, please. The companies have also shared that the average nightly rate in Wichita is $90. This is a little bit older information. It might have been updated since then, but approximately about a year ago, it was $90, and that did not include the cleaning fees. So if you stay at one, typically cleaning fees are assessed as well. Next slide, please. And this is national statistic, but I think it also applies here in Wichita from conversations with the companies, that roughly 90% of the short-term rentals are single-family homes. And when you would stay at one of those, you would be staying without the owner present. And that's an important distinction as we consider changes to the codes going forward, because there is a proposed distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner occupied during the rental period. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, existing regulations. Next slide. So there are three options for a person who owns a property to operate a short-term rental legally in the city of Wichita per the zoning code. So we'll go through each of those options. Next slide. So the first one is with on-site management, and this is getting a conditional use as a bed and breakfast. So that's how you would do it. Next slide. And it's a conditional use in a number of different zoning districts. You'll see the zoning districts are across the top. I know a lot of folks probably can't read that because it's so small, but it extends from SF20 all the way up until MF20. Even B zoning is included. So you would require a conditional use if you want to operate a short-term rental as a bed and breakfast in those districts. Next slide. And you all are familiar with that process, but just to emphasize, that's a process that requires MAPC to review the application, public dialogue, comment period. Next slide. So option B, if you want to do it without on-site management and you want to offer it for stays that are less than 7 days in duration, then you could seek to have it operated as a hotel motel. It would meet that definition. The challenge with this one, next slide, is that generally these are only permitted in commercial uses, in commercial districts. So you would have to get the property rezoned to a commercial district. Next slide. And option C is that you would rent it for at least 7 days. If you rent it for at least 7 days, it's considered the same thing as if you were renting it for 6 months, renting it for a year, a long-term rental. And in fact, as there have been through the years, prior years, as there have been reports of violations of the zoning code, this has most often been the issue that there have been violations with. And so we have seen listings in Wichita go from 1 to 2 nights to, in order for them to be able to operate legally, to go to stays of at least 7 days. But you can understand that that would be a challenge if you're trying to operate a short-term rental, because they're typically trying to operate them for short-term rentals. So, next slide. Okay, so enforcement. So what happens if there is a violation of the zoning code with a short-term rental? Next slide. So in that situation, a complaint is received. The complaint would come to the planning department. It would be reviewed by a staff member, it would be assigned to a staff member. Then there would be a case investigation to determine if that a violation is actually occurring at the property. And that can be pretty intensive because often these listings do not include the address or the location of where this property is. So staff need to be able to match up the listing with an actual property and then determine if there has been, in fact, a violation. Then there's notice provided to the property owner. Either it's resolved, or if it's not resolved, then the case is taken to court. Next slide. And in 2022, we had approximately 25 cases that were addressed through enforcement actions. And this is involving short-term rentals. Next slide. So other communities, some of the research that we did was to look at other communities. Next slide. What we looked at were different ways that they do or do not regulate short-term rentals. Next slide. And what we found is that it's pretty much a spectrum of regulations that are out there. Some communities have no regulations. Some communities have quite a few different ways that they regulate it. So on the end, you can see here Kansas City, Missouri, with 6 different types of regulations that they have in place, and Lubbock, Texas on the other end with 2. I can tell you there are a number of other communities that didn't have any in place, and some that were researching what to do. Next slide. So I think the message from this is that it varies. It's really a spectrum of approach out there, and that communities are finding the best solution that meets the needs of their communities. So next slide, moving on to public input. So there's been a variety of different ways that we've accepted public and received public input throughout this process. Next slide. Some of the public input has come from Crown Heights. That was where the initial meetings took place. So I've got some comments that I've just highlighted from those discussions. And I provide these to you because they provide the context at which this conversation started. So there were a number of opinions about the ability for short-term rentals to operate. And there were some folks who said there shouldn't be short-term rentals operating in Crown Heights at all. There were other people who said maybe it's not that bad of a deal. There was a fair amount of support for short-term rentals operating with owners present. I think the folks who participated in these meetings were more confident that those would not create any nuisances or issues for neighbors. Short-term rentals without owners present, well, the feedback on that ranged from don't allow to require opportunities for neighbors to provide input on that. Next slide. There did appear to be overall support for licensing. And of course, the devil's in the details. So how much would a license cost? Where would the funding go? What would it look like? There were fears about the impacts that short-term rentals would have on the quality of life, and lots of comments and questions about how enforcement works, and emphasis that enforcement is important. Next slide. So I provided that to provide that's the input that we received at the beginning, and that's where we started out in terms of considering ideas. So after we went to the city council and received some really great feedback and questions there, we were directed to take it to the DABs, and we did so and received some really good feedback. In your packet that you received for this item, there are the notes from the different DAB meetings. I would encourage you to check those out if you get a chance. I've got some highlights about some of the questions that we received during the DAB conversations. So there were questions about the impacts to hotels, impacts on property affordability. There was a lot of robust discussion because at the time when we took it out to the DABs, there was inclusion of a provision for a distance separation requirement. It's no longer in there, but there was quite a bit of discussion about that. There were also questions about the ability of the planning department to process the applications in a timely fashion. During these presentations, we talked about the fact that MAPC meets 24 times a year, that your agendas right now are very full, and what would it look like to have another 500 to 600 cases coming your way. So yes, very much an issue and something that we're very concerned about. So we're keeping an eye, and you'll see how we propose to address that. Next slide. There was also concerns about whether or not short-term rental locations and addresses would be disclosed. In particular, the owners were concerned that these are fully furnished homes with nice amenities that are not always occupied. So they could be especially vulnerable to vandalism or theft. There were also questions about why the conversation started, not so much why it started with Crown Heights, but why whether or not it's appropriate that the feedback from one neighborhood should guide policy for the entire city. In general, there was support for licensing. Again, discussions about wondering about the cost, what the implications were for licensing. And in some DABs, there was quite a bit of discussion about should there even be regulations imposed on short-term rentals, although knowing that it's illegal right now, it's a violation of the zoning code unless you do it one of the 3 ways. There was some question about should short-term rentals be able to operate more freely across the city. Next slide, please. There were also quite a few conversations, discussions about HOA covenants and their relationship to short-term rentals. And I would tell you that if an HOA has restrictions against short-term rentals, That's not something that the city of Wichita overrides. That is an enforcement issue between those two private parties. So nothing that we're talking about today would change things for homeowners associations. Next slide. Okay, there were also a number of emails. I don't want to take too much. I mean, we've certainly taken a lot of time already, but there were concerns about short-term rentals being allowed in perpetuity for a property once they receive the zoning permissions. There's also the discussion about keeping on enforcing what we've got in place already until something new is adopted. There were concerns about the density of short-term rentals and how many should be located and allowed in an area. And then also support for public input as the city is considering how to approve short-term rentals, especially for the zoning. Next slide. There were also a number of other communications. These are just highlights. What I would again refer you to, and members of the public, is that in the packet, we've tried to include all of the public comments that we've received, so I would encourage you to check that out as well. Next slide. Also, we received the letter from the realtors that was forwarded to us, so we distributed that to you all. You should have received that as an email yesterday. Next slide. Okay, so with that, that's kind of the background. We'll talk about the proposed regulations now. Next slide. So there are 4 components to this. One is the Unified Zoning Code, which you play an especially important role in. Number 2 is the licensing, which would be a change to the municipal code for the city of Wichita. Number 3 says municipal code, but this is in fact the party ordinance section of the municipal code. And then the 4th is the MAPC policy. So you have a policy, you have a number of policies. This is number 20, which governs the requirement for signs to be placed on application sites. And so we'll cover more in depth about what that one covers, but we'll start out with the zoning first. Next slide. Okay, so for the zoning change, this would affect only the city of Wichita, and it would allow for short-term rentals to operate in the city. And it would depend whether or not it's permitted by right or, in fact, not conditional use, but whether it's an administrative permit, would depend on the zoning and whether it's owner occupied. Next slide. So in these 5 districts, SF10 through MF29, so it includes SF5 and TF3, some of the most common residential zoning districts in the city. Next slide. This would apply. So if it's owner occupied, short-term rentals would be allowed by right. If it's not owner occupied, but it's in one of these 5 zoning districts, then it would require an administrative permit. And if you saw the DAB presentations or earlier materials about this, that has been changed from earlier possible options. Initially, it was proposed to be a conditional use, but in order to address having a multitude of applications come in, what we are proposing is to make this an administrative function. And we'll talk a little bit about the public input into this process in the next couple of slides. But if you're in one of these districts and it's not owner occupied, you could apply for an administrative permit. If you're outside of these zoning districts, then it's allowed by right. So these 5 zoning districts, and if it's not owner occupied, then the permit applies. Otherwise, it's allowed by right. Next slide. In terms of definitions, there would be modifications to the definitions in the zoning code. So short-term rental would include bed and breakfast. Those would be wrapped in together. Short-term rental would not include group residence, and those are items, zoning cases that typically cause a lot of conversation here. So this does not include group residence, nor does it combine hotel or motel into short-term rental. That is still a separate definition. Next slide. Although I really like Airstreams, you would not be permitted to use a recreational vehicle as a short-term rental. They're illegal to have for long-term on residential properties in the city of Wichita. So anyway, this is consistent with that. Short-term rentals would also be required to be licensed with the city and must be in compliance with codes. Next slide. Okay, so a little bit more about the administrative permit. So this would, the code change, proposed zoning code change would allow for short-term rentals to be approved by an administrative permit, so no MAPC hearing or review. Notice in this case would only go to the owners of abutting and contiguous property. I'll show you an example of that. And we're also proposing that there would be no sign that would be located on the property. So this would require a change to your policy number 20 in order to exempt short-term rentals from that. Next slide. There would be a 14-day protest period by which people could submit protest petitions. And if greater than 50% of the owners of adjacent or abutting and contiguous properties protest, then it would become a conditional use. So, and this is a clarification from what was explained at the advanced plans. We discussed that this morning a little bit more in depth, that it's not based on the number of properties, it is based on the number of owners. Next slide. So here's an example. You received a memo in your packet as well that provides further clarification and on this and examples. So in this example, the property in the orange or yellow color outline is the one that is applying for a short-term rental. The properties that abut and are contiguous are all the ones in blue. So you do not count roadways, you still consider the properties across the street, across an alley, to be abutting and contiguous. So in this case, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties that are abutting and contiguous. Next slide. Now, part of the question has come up, well, how do we count owners? And for the sake of consistency, we're proposing to do it the same way that we do for zoning protests already, which is if there are 2 people who are listed on the deed or the title of the property, that those 2 individuals would have to sign the protest in order for it to be valid, and they would be counted as 1 owner. So in the case of a condominium, you would have to have where it's the condominium and the common area abuts, you would have to have all of the property owners of the condominium sign off, and it would count as 1 owner. I'll give you an example of multiple properties in just a second. Next slide. So here's an example from Crown Heights. In this case, we're taking the orange outline property as the applicant for a short-term rental administrative permit. In this case, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties that abut it and are contiguous. But this one's a little bit unique in that the church owns the parking lot immediately to the west. They own the church to the southwest and the church to the south. So they own 3 properties, but in this case, it's 1 owner because the church is the same owner. So in case of the protest, you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the church owns all 3 of those property and there are different owners for all the others, you would have 5 properties. So then it would be a matter of how many owners. You'd have to have 3 owners sign the protest to be over 50%. Is this all making sense? Am I explaining this okay? Okay. I always worry I'm putting people to sleep too, so let me know either way. Okay, next slide. Yeah, I heard that snore. I heard it. So that was the first part was about the zoning code. So now we're going to move into licensing, which again, this is a change to the municipal code, but this is we're referring to it as licensing just to help keep things a little bit straighter. So licensing, an annual license would be required. The fee would be $250. It would maintain $250,000 of insurance. Of insurance. All marketing materials must include the license number and then a good neighbor policy posted in each unit. And the thing I would point out from this is if you saw the DAB presentations, the marketing material clause was not in there. That is a best practice that we've seen from other communities, so that is new to this proposal. And was reviewed. This was included in the advanced plans proposal that was reviewed a number of weeks ago. Next slide. The maximum occupancy, this has been consistent through the process, 2 adults per bedroom and 2 adults per unit. So that envisions that someone could perhaps have a fold-out couch or something like that. So provision for the 2 additional adults. Also, there would be a gathering maximum of 20 persons or less until 10 p.m. And there's some variance in that depending on how many. It could be stricter than that depending on what the maximum capacity is of the facility. And you'll see that referenced in the licensing. That there would be a requirement that an operator or contact be available, that there be a contact that can be reached out to 24/7 with their contact information provided to the city. Next slide. The city would also have the right to inspect short-term rental units upon complaint. So initially, this was proposed to be that there would be an inspection that would be done as part of the licensing process. However, that has been changed to be on a complaint basis. Also, that they have to be in compliance with codes. The distance separation requirement has been removed. It is no longer proposed. And also that proof of written notice to properties within 200 feet is included. And I think this part has generated some conversation. We had a good dialogue this morning at Advanced Plans, and I've got some questions for you about this as well. We'll cover those questions though later on. Next slide. So this is an example of the notification area. So 200 feet, just to show you what that extent would be. Next slide. And here's the one that's up next against to the church. And I don't need an answer right now, but one of the questions that has come up, and I think it's a good question, is should both notification processes be included? So we've got the one that's already proposed for the zoning. We've got the one in the licensing. Is this a good fit for Wichita to have both, or is one sufficient? Something to consider. I don't need an answer right now, but something to think about. Next slide. Also included in the licensing is that fines, what would cause a suspension of license, revocation of license. Also, what would happen if you're convicted of and there are issues. Next slide. Okay, so now we're moving on to another section of the municipal code. So this is the third element that is proposed. And this is a new portion of the municipal code to address party houses, nuisance party houses. And this is specifically focused on gatherings of 5 people or more that are undertaking nuisance activities that are defined in there. And that has been included. There's a copy of that in your packet of what's proposed. So it identifies what those nuisance activities are, what the enforcement actions are, and more specifically, it allows the police to immediately order people to disperse. And I think that that's the unique feature of this one. Also identifies the penalties. And this is modeled off of something that other cities have adopted. One close comparison is Topeka, Kansas, which has put something like this in place. Next slide. Okay, and the fourth portion or element of this is MAPC policy number 20. This is something that solely you are responsible for and have the authority to change. And this would update it to exempt the administrative permits for short-term rentals in the city of Wichita from the sign posting requirement. And again, we've included an example of this in your packet. And the reason why this is proposed is to be responsive to the concerns about advertising of short-term rental locations broadly and widely. So that's why this is proposed for the administrative permits. Now, something to consider is that if a case would receive, if a zoning application for an administrative permit was protested above the 50% mark, the case would become a conditional use and then would be subject to the regular sign posting, mail out distribution notices. Next slide. Okay, so we've gone through the existing, what's existing, we've gone through definitions, we've gone through public input, we've gone through what's proposed. Now, next steps, next slide. So the next steps are if you take action to approve Then it would move on to the city council and ultimately to the Board of County Commissioners. Now, again, this is something that affects just the city of Wichita, so we would anticipate that it would be a consent item at the Board of County Commissioners. Next slide. Okay, so some questions. Next slide. There we go. So again, the question about should licensing process require proof of notification of property owners within the 200 feet, which is what's currently included, knowing that there's also a notification process in the zoning application. Next slide. So again, this is the recommended actions on the cover of the staff report. And with that, I'm going to pause real quick and just make sure with staff, since this is so complex and there's quite a few elements to it, is there anything that I've missed, staff, that you would like to point out? But press the button.
And hold it?
And hold it. Yep.
Okay. The licensing amendments aren't approved by this body. So their approval is not required for the licensing. It is required for the zoning. But certainly we will take any comments that the board has and public comment and continue to tweak these through the process.
Thank you, Sharon, for that reminder. And as part of that, you'll notice in the recommendation, it says recommend that the city council approve the municipal code changes. So. Yep. Okay, with that, I'll stand for questions. Yes, sir.
Are we gonna vote on something today?
That is what's recommended. You do not have to. So you've got. A lot of material. It is.
Commissioner Aldrich has a question to get us started.
I do. I've got a problem with this. I know I'm one of the county commissioners, but I live in the city of Wichita. And I happen to live in an area that we have, as a governor under HOAs, we have approximately 7 HOAs in my area, so sometimes it's like herding cats. But the Crown Heights isn't the only place that's had shootings in residential areas, I guess what I'm referring to. Last December, we had a situation over in the Moorings where the parents decided they were gonna let their underage kids have a party, and they got this thing called social media. And next thing you know, there was over 100 kids there, or young adults. And as a result, some group didn't like the other group, and so they shot each other. And the PD was only concerned with of the shooting. They weren't concerned with what started or how the contributing circumstances, which were the underage drinking and this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, a very safe neighborhood over there is suffering the ramifications of that. We also had a house in the Moorings that actually did a Airbnb. And it's amazing how all of a sudden when we knew it, as the residents over there, is when we started having a lot of issues with vandalism and break-ins. You got a lot of doorbell things that caught a lot of people, a lot of kids out there at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And it turns out they all came from that Airbnb location. And I know that the HOAs and the Moorings are in the process of looking at their deal, their covenant. Thank you. And we're probably going to have to modify that, but the consensus there, almost by 100%, is to ban the short-term rentals and Airbnbs. It's the impact and the negative impact that it has on surrounding residents is tremendous. And I just think that, you got to consider that, the other issues that by the time the PD is called, they're called after the fact, and the damage is already done. And then somebody else has got to clean that up. And you look at the golden rule, where it isn't going to have a negative impact on surrounding communities or surrounding residents. short answer is yeah. We even have a gentleman that does this for a living in other states. He even made the comment, no way in the world would he would want something like this in our neighborhood, you know, because it's a moneymaker. But sometimes we have to look at what's best for the community instead of what's best for our pockets.
Commissioner Foster?
I live in Delano. I have a short-term rental across the street right in front of my house and another short-term rental right across the alley behind my house directly. And they've both been there 2 or 3 years at least. 1 or 2 slightly noisy parties, but otherwise it hasn't been a problem for the neighborhood. I never thought I'd be speaking in favor of them particularly. I think 2 within sight of my windows is probably a little more than is reasonable, but the point is I don't think you can throw the baby out with the bathwater on this. Yes, there have been some issues, and I think that's what planning staff is talking about trying to address. But in some neighborhoods, having a short-term rental that is well-maintained and has been fixed up to be an attractive home is a way better option than having a house basically abandoned and sitting there empty, which is sometimes the other alternative, because these short-term rentals can bring in enough income to encourage an owner to really maintain an older home. I'm not sure what the solution is. I think staff has probably looked into as many options as possible and come up with the best set of things that are worth trying right now. We may have to tweak it later, but I do think we need to consider this as yet another housing option in the variety of housing that a community needs.
Commissioner Nix?
I got a couple questions and then just an observation, Scott. One of the first slides that you put up, you had company owned versus individually owned. What percentage are company owned in town?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I'm
You
sorry.
put up a scattergram, did you not?
Yeah, there was a map that was provided to us by one of the companies that provides a monitoring service for these, so they can tell the city how many are operating and how many are in compliance with their local regulations. Here it is. Thank you. And as part of that map in the legend, they identified ones that evidently are Priceline owned or Expedia owned, so they're owned by a company that's operating them as a short-term rental.
Okay, so that's the first observation. The second one is that you evidently you have 25 cases, I believe is what you said.
Mm-hmm.
So every other week you get a case, and a case is if somebody contacts you and has a problem, right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
right.
so it reminds me of going to the doctor and saying, well, how bad's your pain today? So of those 25, how bad was the pain? I mean, are some of them just somebody's parking in my parking spot and I decide to call up? And I mean, how many of the 25 are serious, like Bob's talking about, evidently? And I don't know why the police don't handle this anyway, but
Yeah.
go ahead and explain that to me.
Sure. In terms of those violations, I'm going to turn it over to JR to provide some more in-depth analysis on that.
Of course you are. So my impression is that the violations that we have received are because of the awareness that has come in the past couple of years. We're not getting violations for the most part that there's a problem. There's noise, there's trash, there are cars in my yard, there's fireworks, there's parties at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's, hey, we looked online, we know our neighborhood, we know that house is an STR, and it can't be there. That's by far the vast majority. The real problems, hey, we have an issue, can really very few. If that helps.
Well, perhaps. It just seems to me that this is a problem that must have been ahead for some time, and all at once you've had a couple of things that have been pretty dramatic, and so it is coming to a head. And so to me, it's as though we're just rushing around trying to figure out what it is we need to do. I mean, I'm brand new to this thing this morning, but we spent 2 hours sitting around talking about this, and I was more confused at the end of that time than I was when we began, which is easy to do for me. I mean, I acknowledge that, JR. But it seems to me that just rushing
Yeah, long time.
Well, and JR, to clarify, the 25 cases that you looked at were purely zoning, correct? Purely-
Yes, that'd be correct.
Purely zoning, that they were operating illegally based on zoning. So those aren't gonna include the, he parked in my space, the trash hasn't been taken out, there's too many people parking on the wrong side of the street. Those are the kind of things that the zoning is not gonna deal with.
Okay. Is this working? All right, well, just last comment. I don't want to delay this meeting because I'm tired like everybody else is. I just got back from Palm Springs because you were making fun of me for playing golf with some old guys earlier today, JR, if you remember. And
No, I don't.
my daughter said you ought to just check into Airbnb. I said, what the hell is that? Excuse me, what is that? So anyway, I got the app and I'm the one responsible in the group of booking it, and we booked it for 5 days. I mean, I don't know what the regulations were, but 4 old guys went to Palm Springs and played golf, and as I recall, we cleaned the place up and turned the key in or however we did, and it worked just fine. So there was a good experience at any rate. So I don't know how many times people have really good experiences, as Deborah was talking about it, versus the few times that something just goes awry and kids are end up in the, like they would anyway, out in the yard with 100 people shooting off fireworks or maybe shooting each other. I don't know. Anyway, those are, if I were voting to do anything, I think I'd just sit on this and delay it for a while and think about it a little bit more. Make sure you had all your ducks in order, because it doesn't, not you, Scott, but it just doesn't sound like we're really ready to make a decision one way or the other. I'll be quiet.
I think I saw Commissioner Warren next, and then Commissioner Foster.
Right now, we're living in the Old West where we have no rules. Whoever's got the most guns, gets to make the decisions. If we've got problems, we need to deal with them, and this is something that gives the police and the authorities the tools that they need to keep things, a little more in line. So I think that we need to go. We've been looking at it a long time. A lot of other cities are ahead of us on this. If they recognize it as a problem, some rules and regulations and some guidelines to owners on how to take care of their properties and how to watch out for their neighborhoods is just what we need. Now, if this thing needs to be some tweaking, we can do that, and we will, because we'll learn as we go. But I think we're close. We're a lot closer than we were 6 months ago. Where we were dealing with definitions and trying to figure out, what kind of properties, and how is this different from a hotel, and how is this different from a bed and breakfast. We've got definitions in place that we can make this happen, and we need to give our police officers and authorities the tools that they need to keep it in line. This is the direction we need to go with it.
Commissioner Foster, and then Commissioner Joe Johnson.
I was just trying to mentally run numbers in response to Mr. Nick's question. I mean, if they're making roughly $90 a night, you figure they've got to at least rent it out for half a dozen nights a month to even break even, and there's almost 500 of them. That adds up to a lot of people visiting our community, spending money in our community, having a pleasant experience in Wichita, and not causing any trouble whatsoever, in comparison to the occasional horrible event where a bunch of people get drunk and start shooting guns, which happens in privately owned homes too, Just a thought.
Commissioner Johnson? Joe?
Yeah. Out of curiosity, Scott, has the Hotel Association weighed in on this?
No, sir, we've not heard from them.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
I got a question, Commissioner.
Commissioner Blick, go ahead.
So, Scott, I have a question, because majority of these property owners that are renting out their homes are running these as a business, an LLC, and that's how they're claiming their funds. They're also going through a commercial company, and it's all being done as a commercial business. The problem I have is we're only going to do an inspection if there's a complaint. Usually if there's a complaint on a weekend, MAPCD is not on staff on a Saturday or Sunday when there's an issue. So we rely on a police department to go out there and actually go and see what the situation is. Well, most of the time, if it's if it's a housing issue, they always rely back to MAPCD and say, hey, it's their jurisdiction and let them do it. I think that if we're talking about safety and somebody that the fire department inspects hotels and motels in the city of Wichita, they inspect property and commercial businesses. I think they need to inspect this. If people are coming to our town and they want to make sure that they are safe, I think it needs to be an inspection needs to be done first before. And then you can also have an inspection if there's an issue. But I think there needs to be one at the very beginning to allow this to happen.
Commissioner McKay.
Well, Scott, this is not gonna be new to you coming from me, so. No, I think that we might be doing, like Hugh was talking about, a little premature on setting up rules and regulations on, forget if it's a business or an individual or whatever it might be, and we don't really know. We discussed this morning about the jurisdictional area of notification area and all those different things. And I don't think we've really sat down and say, this is what we want, this is the rules. We don't have a particular way of the licensing and who gets the licensing and who knows who they are. We don't even know really how many of these there are in the city of Wichita. We're guessing, but we don't know. And that's like saying, how many homeless are there in the city of Wichita? Well, who knows? But I'm saying that I feel like, the realtors came back and said they were against it. What they're against, I don't really know because I've read the letter, but I think a little bit more research might be done. Is brought up a while ago, the hotel people, they talked about it. And that's my only thing, is that I hope we're not rushing in and say, let's set this rule regulation, and we may tweak it, but how long is it gonna take you to tweak it? Once you get a rule, it's a little tough to tweak it. Mm-hmm. You know that as well as I do in the city or any other city. So I'm just saying, as big a load as you folks have got, now you want to take on another big load because you don't want to put anything on us, or you don't want us to have to do it. But if we had some rules that said, this is what we need, this is the program we're going to follow, bring that to us in black and white, and then go from there rather than say, we really don't know what this is and what our notification areas are going to be or anything else, regardless if it's for licensing or for complaints or ownership. Ownership, a lot of these houses may be owned by somebody that lives in California.
They are.
Well, okay, but I'm just using that as an example because, we've had a big influx of investors coming from the East and West Coast because we're such it's a great city. I'm not saying it's to be smart. It's a nice, great city to live in. Mm-hmm. And our cost to do business here is so much less than it is on the East and the West Coast. So if we take everything into consideration, rather than just jump into it and say, well, we want to do this because somebody got shot at, well, that goes on every day in this city. Somebody gets shot at. Somebody, too frequent often get killed. We don't seem to be doing a whole lot about that. Now, I hate to say that as far as zoning and all this and everything else concerned, because individual rights. And I think that's one of the reasons why the realtors maybe said something about what the Fourth Amendment or whatever it is about private rights or personal rights or whatever it might be. So I just don't want to rush into anything that's going to create problems that we're going to tweak later, because tweaking later is really a lot harder to do than to do some particular work up front.
Motion based on John's comment that we defer.
I'll second that.
Commissioner, we have a motion on the table to defer. Do we need to say a date on that in order?
If I could,
Yes,
just a point of
Scott.
staff clarification. This is actually a scheduled public hearing, so I would encourage you to take public comment.
Yes, we have to take public comment, and we have people.
Although it's been a very good discussion.
Cindy, did you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I do want to make a comment. One of my concerns is that as things stand right now, anybody that is operating a house like this for people to stay in overnight, they're required, according to the way things are right now, to not rent that property out for less than 7 days. So anybody that's doing that right now, if we do nothing, is currently in violation. And I would expect that most of them aren't actually renting out for 7 days. So I think we need to consider doing something to change that. And the other thing that was mentioned, you know, I have a place that I had rezoned. It's a home. It's like a VRBO, but I had it rezoned because of where it's at. But I can assure you that there's been several times that people have tried to book my place to have wild parties. And one, in fact, that did occur. And when the police showed up at 4:00 in the morning, when the knives were out and people were fighting, the police told me I couldn't even make the people that had rented the place for the night leave there because I was legally obligated to let them stay until the checkout time that I had given them. That's a problem.
I think that Scott's reminder that this is a public hearing and we do have people in the room who came for the express purpose of speaking. We want to honor that. If we have a motion to defer, then anything we speak here today, what happens to that information, Scott? Can you remind us?
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
withdraw the motion until after we have public hearing.
Thank you, Joe. And will you withdraw your second? Thank you.
Sure. So in terms of the question, what would happen if this item is deferred to another date, is that we would take all of the public comments. We would, of course, capture those in the minutes, and then we would share those as part of the public input packet so that people could see what the comments were.
Okay. Commissioner Green?
Yeah, one thing that Commissioner McKay mentioned was the Realtors of South Central Kansas letter that we all received. And there were several items in that raised concern for me.
And I think we have representatives here to
Right,
give comment
right.
today, so.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think it's important that we go ahead and have the public comment, but then
Okay.
I think it's also important that I get to go ahead and second my motion again.
Okay, so you're going to rescind your second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to rescind, but I'll use it
Commissioner
again
Newell.
later.
Just a short observation. I think this is something that's going to be difficult to police because how are you going to know the people that are not complying with this law? I mean, you're going to try to run them down on the internet or how?
I can address that question. So there are companies that specialize in enforcement of short-term rentals for exactly that reason. When we reached out to cities to do our research, we did find some who were trying to do enforcement manually, even though they had, with regulations in place. And I don't know how they were going to accomplish that, simply because of the amount of manpower and the hours that would be necessary. So these companies, they use artificial intelligence to look at the postings that are available on VRBO, Airbnb, and a variety of other sites, as well as matching it up with data from the appraiser's office or other entities, Google Street View. They use artificial intelligence to tell which listings relate to which properties, and then they look at the listings to see whether or not they are in violation of your local ordinances. So in that way, they're able to flag multiple properties very quickly.
Okay, thank you, Scott. At this point, let's move to the public hearing. We do have two commissioners who will be leaving at 5 o'clock. We do have one other case after. So again, I'll just remind you of the question not to repeat, please, so that we can hear the issues from the persons who are here with us today. So will the first presenter come forward? Thank you, Gentry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gentry Thiessen. I am the Government Affairs Director with the Realtors of South Central Kansas. I'm going to make this concise and quick because I don't want to be here any longer than you guys already have been.
And thank you for your patience waiting to this moment.
You bet.
Gentry.
So I would clarify that we understand as an association the need for changes in the zoning code and the licensing ordinance. We know that that's necessary for these short-term rentals to operate for shorter than 7-day periods. But we have identified, and you've all received a copy. Thank you also to Scott and staff for distributing out that copy. I know it was not within the public comment period, but we didn't receive that analysis back until Tuesday afternoon, and we got it out to you as quickly as possible. So thank you for entering that into the record. We do appreciate that. You have all seen that we have several concerns with what is proposed as written, and we are asking today that you delay that vote. The first of which being, I'll mention 4 of our 10 concerns, just to keep it short, but the first of that being that we're worried about the implication of unlawful inspections under the 4th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and Section 15 of the Kansas Constitution Bill of Rights. We hope that the city will provide a legal opinion on that prior to any vote being made on it. Secondly, we are worried about the privacy and security of applicants because of the required disclosure of social security numbers and dates of birth on license applications, and we request that that be removed. Earlier, Scott did address the question that was made about the abutter protest threshold, so whether it is the number of owners versus the area of property it would take to bring that threshold. So Scott, thank you for addressing that. But I also would express the concern that had the Advanced Plans Committee known that on March 9, would they have voted the same way? I'm not sure. I think that that merits some further discussion. And then also, we request that documents be made public before a full decision can be made, namely the Good Neighbor Agreement and the inspection form that are listed within separate areas of the licensing ordinance. Because those are not publicly available now, how can any member of the public provide input, and how can any member of the MAPC properly vote on that without knowing exactly what it entails? Due to time constraints, I've only shared 4 of these reasons. I'm happy to answer any further questions, but we request a delay of the vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gentry. Questions for Gentry? And Gentry has been at, I think, all the Advanced Planning Committee meetings. I
Not
can't
this
speak
morning,
for today. Not this
apologies.
morning, okay. I wasn't that, okay, so, but, you know, you've also been listening in on the conversations too, so we appreciate your attention and participation. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Kraus, and I live at 243 North Pinecrest. I'm someone that has become very familiar to Scott and JR, probably unfortunately so to their detriment, but I really do appreciate all of the time and attention that staff has given to my community in Crown Heights after the event that took place almost exactly 2 years ago. We've got a couple of requests as a neighborhood. First of all, I do want to say we like that we are going to get a voice in approval of the usage of properties nearby that otherwise should be residential, should be neighborhoods, should be neighbors that I can interact with. Not only do I live in this neighborhood, but I help run our neighborhood 4th of July parade. And I want more families and neighbors as part of that parade than I want businesses operating out of residential properties in these areas that are supposed to be residential. I do understand that Airbnb properties represent oftentimes investments in neighborhoods as was mentioned. And that is absolutely something that if a neighborhood wants that investment and wants that traffic, I do believe that they should have the ability to say, yes, I would like that. I very much want the opportunity within our neighborhood to continue to provide the opinion of a no when we state those things. I also would like to state a couple of the requests that we have. If something has to go to conditional use and gets approved through conditional use, due to the fact that a residential property doesn't need to be altered substantially to receive a conditional use as opposed to, say, a mechanic shop or a beauty shop, I don't believe that that conditional use should follow the property in perpetuity as they currently do right now. That should be something that's severable upon sale of the property, not a conditional use that carries forward, I believe. I also would like to see our city council not bothered by zoning approvals that may have been rejected twice by neighbors. That's a pretty strong no. And now we're going to take more city time to bring it up to there, even if it's been successfully protested twice. I again would like to state, please, if ordinance gets passed until the licensing is in place, please keep our 7-day limit there and potentially see if there's further ways that we can apply protections in our neighborhoods. Because as you mentioned, yes, every single Airbnb property that's operating right now is operating in violation of that. And I have ones visible from my bedroom window, as unfortunately the victim was on April 11th, 2021. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Quickly, I want to just make sure it's accurate that Crown Heights has a neighborhood association, but not a homeowner association. Is that accurate?
We do not have a homeowners association, and our neighborhood association is informal. I've kind of become an informal leader just because, again, my home was very directly impacted by the events, and I've had to become very aware of it.
So as a neighborhood association that's fairly informal, you have no access to legal support to rally your neighbors toward any kind of action like a homeowner association would. Is that accurate?
So the legal support you see before you right now is our legal support. Yeah. We have none.
Okay.
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Next speaker, please. Go right ahead.
My name is Stephanie McCurdy, and I'm a Realtor member here in the city of Wichita, also living in the city of Wichita. I do have one thing that I would like clarified today. Could the city planning staff clarify what they are currently doing for the non-compliant short-term rentals, and are they sending cease and desist letters? This is specifically regarding the shorter than the 7-day timeline.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, Stephanie? Okay. Thank you, and for your patience too in waiting. Scott, can you answer that question at this point?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's been an
2-minute rebuttal. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, answer the question.
Anyone who knows me knows that 2 minutes is going to be really difficult.
Go.
No, that's a good question, and that's a tricky question because where we are in the process right now is, since we're at this point and we've had a dialogue leading up to this point, we are taking in complaints. However, we are not referring them to the courts for action at this time. So that could change at any time. But given where we are in the conversation, we felt that it was not prudent to advance those to the courts.
And the nuisance ordinance would be out of our purview, but could there be the possibility of a nuisance ordinance being administered immediately through some other mechanism to address the party situation, the ability to disperse and all that junk?
So you,
that stuff.
Yeah. So you at this point would be, because it's not part of the zoning code, you would be strictly advisory on that. Even if you do not provide a recommendation on that, it does not preclude the city council from taking that item up and considering whether or not to move forward with that. So you could even today, as part of your deferral action, if you felt strongly that that should move forward, you can also separate that out from the other items.
Okay.
Yeah, the party house ordinance applies to any residential use, not just short-term rental. So, and it was Overland Park, not Topeka, who passed it. So yeah, I mean, that can easily be separated out and go forward in advance of, some of these other things that we're spinning around.
And so if Topeka passed it, some of the inspection wasn't a part of that, but some of the state law issues might already be kind of worked out.
Overland Park did two things. One is they do have a licensing structure, and they also went ahead and passed the party house ordinance primarily in response to problem short-term rentals, but it applies to any type of residential structure.
Okay, thank you. Do we have additional persons in the room who wanted to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am. Can you go to the podium, please?
Good evening. My name is Kelly Reed. My address is 510 North Bay Country Street here in Wichita. I'm coming to you today as both a short-term rental owner and manager since 2016, but also as the state of Kansas Airbnb community leader for Airbnb. I am first would like to start by saying thank you so much to the city and to this body for doing the work that you've done to get us to this point. As I mentioned, I've been operating since 2016. At that time, and I'm mentioning this because of the conversation around delaying a decision a little bit longer. While I understand that not everyone may be on the same page, not everyone's had the opportunity to do all of the research and reading, not everyone knows what an Airbnb is, but quite frankly, that does not diminish the fact that there are Airbnbs operating, and they have been operating illegally for a number of years. mine being a case in point. In 2016, I did contact the Sedgwick County offices. I contacted the city offices. I spoke to the state of Kansas, and I did all of my due diligence as a property owner and an investor here in my city where I was born and raised. I've lived here my whole life. I've done my due diligence. I feel like I've done the things that I needed to do to make sure that I was both protecting my neighborhood, myself, and my investment. At that time, I was told there were no policies. There was nothing to regulate. There was nothing to say what I could and couldn't do. The only thing that I was able to get was from the state of Kansas. And they, at that time, told me that the only thing that they're dealing with is 2 bedrooms or more and tax implications in terms of occupancy taxes, which we've paid thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in occupancy taxes for the properties that we own. We own 4 properties here in Wichita. Come back home, a 3-time boomerang to my hometown to bring my skills, my talents, and my dollars to this community where I love being and love living. Airbnb's policy on parties is pretty clear. I know that the city has done quite a bit of research on that in terms of party houses. They also have recommendations for cities, which I know that the city has been looking into. I would like to ask that this body please trust the work of your city staff who have spent painstaking number of hours doing stakeholder engagement. They have gone through the processes of bringing this forward to committees. They've gone to the district advisory boards. They're bringing it forward to you today. And I would really encourage you to do not delay this decision longer than necessary, both for the residents who are seeking some support from the city in terms of the 500 or however many that are operating illegally, but also for us as homeowners. I'm not a business owner. I don't have an LLC. And I think that the way that we can get in trouble with this issue is by overgeneralizing what things are and what things aren't. Not every Airbnb has problems. Not every Airbnb has shootings. You can look at both. I have long-term rentals and I have short-term rentals. And I can tell you that my short-term rentals are much cleaner, more attractive. I'm in there multiple times a week to keep the properties maintained. My long-term rental, I had to spend $60,000 renovating, okay, because people came in and trashed it. I know there were some concerns here from commissioners today about, the kids and they're knocking on doors and doing other things. Again, how much is the concern that's here today in direct relationship to an Airbnb, or how much of this concern is just overall concern about the quality of life in your neighborhood? I would encourage you to consider those things. This is not a one-sided conversation, and it shouldn't be a one-sided conversation. I would like to stand for questions that you all might have of me, and I hope that there is at least one for an owner here today. Thank you.
Questions for our speaker. So are you complying with 7-day stays, and is that possible to do?
I did do that at the beginning, and 2 years ago when it became a pretty heated conversation and I took part in all of these advisory meetings with Crown Heights and other places. I did change it to 7 days. That is not cost effective as an owner because people don't want to come and visit for 7 or more days, generally speaking. And so I'm not compliant at the moment. And I'm taking a risk, obviously, by saying that. I think there are a lot of other people out there that aren't compliant and may or may not be willing to come forward to you today and say so. And the reason we're not compliant, again, is because it's been so many years since a policy has been needed, but there's been no action taken. So I encourage you, please take some action.
Is 5 days more reasonable?
I wouldn't impose a day restriction on anyone who owns a property. Personally, I have a 3-day minimum for weekends, but that's my own personal right as a property owner to ask of that of my guests. I'm a super host, which means that you have to have a lot of really good reviews and a 4.9 or above to get that status with Airbnb. Again, been selected as a community leader for the entire state of Kansas. I would love to be engaged in this conversation. This is not the first time that I've asked to specifically be engaged in this conversation. So I'm here and would like to answer any questions that any of you might have.
And you have answered my question.
Thank you.
Is there any other additional questions for, yes, Commissioner Foster?
Not so much a question as a comment in relationship to what you've said. The short-term rental that operates right across from my house, for people who aren't familiar with them, most of what I see, and I would be interested if you have similar renters, are either people with pets who want to be able to bring their pets with them when they come to visit our city, or they're family reunions where instead of everybody showing up at one person's house, they rent a short-term rental and everybody drives half as far and has the family reunion in Wichita. That honestly accounts for probably 3/4 of, and business people who want a house instead of a hotel or the other.
Was that a
Commissioner
question, in
Foster,
other words?
may I answer? Thank you. So in my personal experience, most of the people that come and stay with us, they're families, family members. They're meeting halfway. They're meeting someone from Texas, someone from Colorado, someone from Michigan. This is a central location. Contrary to popular belief, people do choose Wichita as a destination. The folks that live here might not see it that way, but people do choose Wichita. They love to come to Wichita. They love the welcoming nature of our city. They love being able to walk next door and talk to a very friendly neighbor. They love the idea that they can do something more affordable and more family-oriented than a hotel. We get a lot of, not only family reunions, we get a lot of funerals, unfortunately. That happens a lot during the winter. We get wedding guests who are here for weddings. We get people who are adopting babies who spend time with us. We get folks who are here for work, who are contractors. We had someone for 6 weeks who's now the director of marketing for the wind surge. That while she was looking for a property, she stayed in our home. I have countless stories. I had someone from 1953 who stayed in a property that I own that when she was a child grew up there.
Okay.
So these are
answered the
folks
question
are,
about
yeah,
the
thank you
nature
so
of
much.
your guests, and there's a variety of
you.
lengths of time. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Commissioner Aldridge.
Yeah, the last thing I gotta say is that I understand, when things work and they work well for the good, I get that. But what about, the rights of other neighbors, other property owners that have not experienced the same perfect situation that you have across the street or what you're dealing with? And that's what, what I'm talking about firsthand that I've seen, and we got 400 and some odd houses over there. And, it's a lot of issues, and that's what my concerns are. Not every Airbnb is in a perfect situation. You're gonna get those 24-hour ones, and you're gonna get the ones that's gonna pick up that social media thing, and you're gonna have some issues. The time Petey gets there, it's all over with.
I think you might see that with long-term folks too, who are just owner-occupied homes, and you have issues in all kinds of homes. I'm in favor of regulation and legislation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for the speaker?
I got a question for the speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blick?
So you basically, for your experience, you run it as a commercial business, like an LLC or an incorporation?
No, sir, I don't. I file my taxes just like everyone else who has a long-term rental investment on their portfolio. Don't have an LLC.
Do you pay more in insurance because it's a rental? Does your insurance company know that you have a rental? Because I know the
Yes.
Ubers and the Lyfts and everything, they have to pay more, and their insurance knows that somebody else is being in there in that house, because normally your insurance policy says, hey, if there's one person that lives in there versus 5 people that's there for a weekend.
Can you answer that question?
Yeah, don't pay more necessarily in insurance than any other rental. Yes, my insurance company knows that all of these are rentals and all of these are short-term rentals. One of them specifically, I had to go outside of my insurance company to insure separately, which is a concern that I have about the proposed legislation as well. Specifically, short-term rental insurance is very difficult to find. I have a company that I found only because we have a pool. And that puts us as homeowners as a higher risk to have people in there using the pool. So we have a special insurance for the short-term rental for that home in particular.
And I assume some of that's legislated through the framework that you promote your home. Is that correct? So Airbnb would also have rules for you. Is that accurate?
Airbnb doesn't have rules for
Ratings.
Homeowners. Pardon?
Just ratings?
Yes, and the ratings are done by guests, not Airbnb itself.
All right, thank you. You've answered my question.
Yep.
Any other questions at this point? Do we have anyone else in the room who's here for public comment? And thank you. Do we have anyone participating virtually who's here for public comment?
Yeah, I would like to speak. Patricia Heilman.
Hi, Trish. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. Patricia Heilman, 139 South Fountain. And I was here earlier, and I'm sorry, I had to go get my kids, so that's the issue. So I just wanted to sort of reiterate what you've heard from some of the other public speakers. Some of them is that we need the rules, right? We've been sort of operating in a Wild West in our neighborhoods, and I hear the discomfort of the previous speaker saying, you know, I want the rules. I want something that says that what I'm doing is legal, because I really understand how, you know, it's not right that people are sort of forced to operate illegally. So let's put some rules. I wanted to say that Scott and his team have done, from my perspective as a neighborhood advocate, a really great job in putting rules together that also I've heard from Airbnb owners. Generally, they appreciate as well. There's one, you know, little thing in there, the 50% of the homeowners that are adjacent having to protest in order for it to come to the MAPC or to come to a body to say no to. I would say that should be lower than 50%. That's just my input. And then further, I would ask that as a city and as a planning department and as you guys, that we look at, right now we're talking about 500 homes in Wichita. That's probably not, you know, College Hill has, Crown Heights maybe have more than some. That's maybe just my gut feel. But as we do put rules around it, more people feel comfortable in investing in these homes and in buying these homes. We want to make sure as neighborhoods that we're not turning into a Airbnb community. We need to have our homes for people who live here, and we want our neighborhoods to be places where people do have neighbors, not renters. It is uncomfortable to live next to a renter sometimes. Most of the time, like the previous owner said, they're awesome. They're great. I've stayed in them myself. They're great. But it is a different vibe. You can't watch out for the stranger who pulls up with the moving van for your neighbor, because that could very well be a renter. You can't call the cops on them because that's an Airbnb. So there's just a different vibe, and it's not as neighborly. Doesn't mean it's wrong necessarily, but we just need to be careful. And can we reevaluate yearly based on our numbers and our densities? 4 on a block seems excessive. 10% of a neighborhood seems excessive. And those are just numbers I'm pulling out. Maybe Scott would have even better parameters. But at some point, when densities get too high, you no longer have a neighborhood. And I think that's a problem for Wichita's livability.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Trish. Any questions for the speaker? Am I hearing an echo? Yeah.
Am I hearing an echo?
I like answering my own questions. Okay, thank you. Any other speakers participating virtually?
Yeah, my name's Deb Cyphers-Cushing.
Hello, Deb,
And
your address, please?
Yeah, 2415 Timber Creek Court.
And if you've been listening in, I'll again repeat, we ask you to not repeat issues that have been brought up before, but add any additional issues that you believe haven't been represented yet on this.
Sure thing. So I'll start with a question, and it kind of ties into probably our biggest concern. I am an Airbnb owner, and my question to the committee and everyone that's been involved is around the conditional, the administrative approval, and then the protest at the 50%. And then if it goes to a conditional use. And Mike, I'd like more detail around if it would go to a conditional use hearing, what are the approved reasons that the property would not be approved to continue to run as an Airbnb? I have a home that is in a very nice neighborhood that we've owned for 30 years, that we've done hundreds of thousands of dollars of improvements on. And about the time we finished those improvements, we went to see a house at Harbor Isle and thought, oh, dang, we kind of want to live on the lake, at least while we can. And so we bought a home at Harbor Isle, and we still own this home. And our thoughts are we want to move back there when we retire and get to the point where we can't go up and down the stairs here. Our options were sell the house. That's not part of what we want to do, or rent the house. And we also own some rental properties, and we were in the same position as the previous speaker, where we get a 1 month deposit, and we just recently spent $100,000 renovating a home, not renovating, but repairing a home that a full-time renter had destroyed. And so in our opinion, this would be a great option for us to keep a home that we've owned for 30 years, that is one of the top houses in the neighborhood, that's been running for not quite 2 years, that's had zero issues, that brings in the same types of people that the previous owner just spoke about.
Excuse me, but you have the question then about what would support a conditional use if your neighbors protested the zone?
If my neighbors protested, and because there have been no issues, but I do have neighbors that would like to say, I want this kind of person to live next door to me.
Right, okay.
And
Scott, are you able to answer that general question? Excuse me, but your time is about up, and I want to make sure you can get that answer. You want to answer that question for her, please?
Sure. So I guess the general answer would be that any conditional use is evaluated according to golden factors. So that's something that we look for. So if you do a quick Google search online, you'll see golden factors, Wichita. You'll see our list of those come up. Or you can just check one of the zoning cases for the conditions.
Is there anyone else participating virtually who would like to speak on this item? At this point, I'll bring this back to the commission. What's your pleasure?
At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we defer until planning brings a votable proposal to the advanced plans that we can review and make a recommendation to the MAPC.
Second.
I have a motion to defer, allowing planning enough time to provide a more votable proposal through advanced plans. And a second from Commissioner Green. Discussion.
That was basically what I was going to ask staff. If we do this deferral, approximately how much time would be appropriate for you to be able to answer the questions that have been raised, or is there no amount of time that would achieve that goal?
And the legal issues that are raised by RSCK, I think that's one too.
We're happy to go through that letter if you'd like to today. If you would like to do that at an advanced plans, we can certainly do that too. So far, the things that I've heard that need to be addressed are, answers to some of the comments that we received from the realtors in their letter. I'm trying to see what else was some of the other things that have come up. What other changes or additions or clarifications?
I think I heard a lot of discussion of, is regulation necessary reacting to a single kind of issue? And then is there a portion of this that could be put forth more quickly to see if that would resolve some concerns and like safety concerns for neighborhoods and for those neighborhoods without HOAs? Would there be some aspects there?
And in terms of that first one about whether or not regulations are needed, we have developed this based on the feedback that we've received and also looking at other communities. So we would look to you to provide answers to us about whether or not this is a good fit for Wichita. And so that's a dialogue that can take place in advanced plans, if you like.
And I believe there's been that kind of dialogue to a certain extent, so I don't know if we, yeah.
Extensive meeting about that this morning. And I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had an extensive discussion, as we have here today, about this. And I would say if we're going to defer this, I'd like to give Scott some specific things that we want addressed here in the deferral.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the lawyer in the room, the other lawyer in
Yes.
the room, sorry.
Yes.
What I'm hearing is you guys are done with options. My husband hates options. You want to hear what we recommend, and that's what we recommend, and you want to be done. I think we know what the realtor's concerns are. I think we heard Mr. Blake's concerns about inspections. Those are two very different things. I think that we can get somewhere that would accommodate both of those concerns. But I think you give us a couple weeks and you tell us to come back with our final shot, and we're done. Because you're tired, and I've been working on this for 3 years, and I'm tired. And I'm going to retire in 3 more years, so we've got to get this done.
I'm going to be a little bit more generous and amend my motion for 30 days.
Well,
We need a meeting date.
if I could.
Yes.
What I'd like to offer is that advanced plans typically meets the morning of an MAPC meeting. So you would have the option of deferring it for 2 weeks, which would call a special meeting, which would require the chairperson to call a special meeting of the advanced plans. Or you could defer it until next month's advanced plans meeting, which I don't have a calendar with me right now.
May 10.
That's my motion.
To defer to May 10. And all members would be invited to advanced plans to hear the discussion, perhaps?
Absolutely.
And we would receive a transcript of this morning's advanced plans meeting as well for a little additional discussion information.
Yes.
Commissioner Dool?
I would still
like
like to hear some specifics on what we're looking for in this deferral. Why are we deferring it? Is there questions that were not answered today? What are we asking staff to come back to us with?
I think there's been a consensus that we need to address some of the concerns of the Realtors Association. I think some of those can be explained and don't need to be changed necessarily. I also think that, and I'm just going to step all over Scott because he knows I'm a kind of strong personality. I think we need to figure out whether this is the plan for conditional use, an administrative adjustment. Does staff think that they can live with that? And then if that's not okay, then we'll go back. But I think we have to come back with our best and last offer. And maybe Scott needs more.
I kind of thought we were there, but
Yeah,
that's okay.
no, but I think we can work on it.
So if you look at the letter from the realtors, I think the one that actually stood out to me was whether the Fourth Amendment and the legal opinion on inspections. I think that concerns me a little.
I think we can do it the way that it's written. Do I think that there are better ways to get where we want to be? Perhaps. And certainly, this issue is way handled 1,000 different ways by cities. Whether you inspect them right before they start, which is what Mr. Blick said, whether you do it based on a complaint, whether they're just exterior. And I think that we can probably come up with a compromise and at least get this thing started, because we got to start somewhere.
And I'm sorry.
My only concern is the fact that, like for licensing, there's been a number of questions today about licensing in the process, the notification area for the licensing, whether it be, whatever it might be. That's one issue that we could take into consideration that needs to be up front, because the lady back here a while ago said, we need to have some kind of rules. Well, they need to know if they're licensed or not. And we're going to have a license, and this is the procedure we need to have on a licensing.
I read through this whole pile of papers and I thought it was fairly clear, but the question on the table is, do we defer for a month to the meeting a month from now? And I think clearly there's enough questions from enough people that would be a good idea. Are we ready to call a vote on the motion to defer? I'm sorry, I'm usurping Ms. Fox's.
So we are the motion is to defer for a month, which would be to the Thursday, the 11th. It is, I was looking at the wrong year. Thursday, the 11th, advanced plans meeting, which begins at 10 o'clock in this room. And then I wonder if there could be votes on smaller portions of it so that we could get to agreement on pieces rather than trying to vote on the whole package at once potential when we get to that date. So we have a motion to defer to the May 11th and a second. Commissioner Joe Johnson, and the second was Commissioner Green, I believe. And all in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And I believe we kept our 5 o'clock folks till 5:15. Thank you. We still have one item on the agenda. Greg is paid more than the rest of us to be here waiting, but we still thank you, Greg, for being patient. Are we going to lose a quorum? How many have a hard stop right now? Bob and, okay, we have a 5:30. Okay. Can we be done with this one in 15 minutes? Okay. Staff presentation on item 5.1.
Yes, it's DER 2207. This is a special review for consideration by the Planning Commission. In October of 2022, the Planning Commission recommended denial of a conditional use request for property located basically northeast of Tyler and West 21st Street. The conditional use request was to modify two conditional uses to allow for outdoor entertainment on two separate properties at 8558 West 21st Street. It was for Dudley's as well as the Humidor. The MAPC action was final and the applicant did not appeal the MAPC's condition or recommendation. The Unified Zoning Code lists opportunities. So because of the denial, they would have to wait at least 1 year to refile the application. They have the opportunity to refile after 6 months upon approval by the MAPC. That section is listed out in your staff report. Your staff report also includes the narrative submitted by the applicant. In general, the applicant says that the following reasons are why the proposal is different from the first one. The proposed refiled amendment would only apply to the north parcel, which is the Humidor, which is this portion right here. So it's half of the previous area. The proposed refiling would only permit outdoor entertainment 2 days a week versus every day. And it would also only allow hours of operation
We still have a quorum.
restricted to 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. The original application had it end at 12 a.m. So they have half the area. They would only be allowed to operate 2 days a week outdoors, and then they would have restricted hours of operation till 11 p.m. on those 2 days. Section VD11 of the Unified Zoning Code states 3 criteria to consider when wanting to refile an application in just after 6 months. One is significant physical, economic, or land use changes in the immediate vicinity. There has been none. The other one is a significant zoning regulation change after that has been adopted. There has been none. So you go on to the last one, which says, for conditional uses, the zoning code explicitly states that the application is a different use than the original request. So even though they're providing extra restrictions on the use, the fundamental use request would be the same, and that would be to allow outdoor entertainment. And so for that reason, staff is recommending denial of this. And I will concede the rest of it and let Greg do his talk. I will stand for any questions.
Questions for Scott at this point? Greg, applicant or agent, please. Oh, did you have one? Okay. Philip. I brought the wrong glasses to see far. I only have one.
So sorry to keep you here so late. I'm going to be really brief. Not Scott, Philip, whoever that was.
Scott Phillip, we renamed him.
His analysis was exactly correct, except for one point. The code clearly and specifically allows, because it's an or, it means that is one of the conditions, or is significantly different than the original request. When you have a request that is less than half the acreage
or square footage of the previous request, that is a significant difference. In fact, this board, a year and a half ago, did the exact same thing on a mobile home park out on West Kellogg, where they allowed it to come back in 6 months. And the reason was that we shrunk the size of that by more than half. And we also had some extra conditions that were added. This is exactly the same situation that you all voted on and approved, allowing us to come back in 6 months. We still have to go through the process, conditional use, all those things. But it's clearly in the code that if it's a significant difference, that you're allowed as a board to make a recommendation or to not make a recommendation, to decide that we can come back. And clearly, if you have half the square footage, that is a significant difference. And this, what we're asking to be included is less than half of what our other request was. And includes one less owner. It's a lot of differences, but I'm not going to go into all that. I'll be glad to answer questions because it's been a very long day for all of you.
Questions for Mr. Ferris? So could it be the opposite half of the property that would have the change so it wouldn't face the area where their noise was the concern? And
well, actually, and I didn't pass this out, we've actually been going door to door. We have gotten rid of virtually all of the opposition, so when it comes back, we don't expect there to be any opposition. And no, he doesn't own that south part, so we can't really flip that.
Okay. Is there any questions for Mr. Ferris?
How far
Mr.
away
Hartman.
is this opposition property that they're talking about? Because when I look at the map, I don't see any residential uses even that close to it.
Well, there is a neighborhood right up here, and that's where the, excuse me, get back to the mic. There is a neighborhood that is up here. And so the opposition came from this cul-de-sac up here. Yeah, there you can see it. And we've actually been meeting with all of these folks. I have letters from 3 of them that say they don't have any problem with this coming back. I'll give those to Scott for the record. And so that is what the area that you're asking about.
Other questions for the applicant?
And just the only reason we need a conditional use is not because of those neighbors, it's because of the golf course. The golf course is zoned residential. Otherwise, we would be able to do it because they're too far away.
Okay, other questions? Do we have anyone from the public who, it's not a
No,
public hearing. It's just
And thank you.
All right.
And by the way, I, as someone who sits in the audience for a long time, appreciate you getting people moved through that don't go over and over and over. I don't think it's
Sorry,
rude.
I didn't-
I
I
think it's
kind of
more
wrote down.
rude for them to do what they did.
Okay, yes,
Just
Philip.
a clarification, section VD11 of the zoning code has the 3 criteria. It's listed on page 2 in italics. It's the significant physical, economic, or land use change, a significant zoning regulation text change. But for conditional uses, it says when an application is for a different use than the original request. For zone changes, that's where the code talks about a significantly different application that Mr. Ferris referenced. But for conditional uses, the code says when an application is for a different use than the original request.
And there's no or in that statement? Okay.
No.
Okay. Anybody be participating virtually who wanted to speak on this item? Okay. Oh, we aren't speaking. Okay. All right. Commission.
So the use is the same?
Yes.
Is what you're saying, right? Even though it's half the size or whatever the dimensions are, the use is still the same, is it not?
Yeah.
So the way I look at this is, we're less than half the application area, which is a significant change. It's 2 days per week instead of every day for their entertainment. And they're going to be operating fewer hours than what the original was. And so the original application. So I realize it's only been 6 months, but I'm kind of in favor of allowing them to go ahead and go through the process again.
I read use as what we do while we're in there, not how much space we have to do it. So I would feel like the use hasn't changed. be the same thing. Commissioner
Bill,
Johnson?
if we approved to let them come back, how long before we would hear that case and it could be approved? It'd be 60, 90 days, right?
It would have to be, the application would have to be turned in 6 months after October 6th. So it would be able to be turned in basically now at one of the next closings. I don't know how soon they're ready to go, but it's 6 months has transpired. So if the vote is, if the vote is to allow them to do it, it could be on,
Now, we're
you know,
allowing them to bring it back to see if they can approve it the second time. How long will that period take?
so if they were to turn it in on our next closing date, which is on Monday, that schedules out for the end of May for a planning commission hearing, possible city council the end of June.
So taking that in consideration, it's almost going to be 9 months since we denied it.
From a final decision, not from when it's turned in, which is what the code states of when they can file an application, not when a decision is reached.
Thank you.
And if a denial comes back in 6 months asking for approval to shorten the time again, I can see the caseload grow a little bit too. I mean, this is the rule. It was set for a reason. Any other discussion? Anybody ready to make a motion so we can see where we're at on it?
I'd like to move to deny the application.
Motion to deny by Commissioner Foster.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Miles. Let's do a roll call vote. Motion to deny, discussion. Thank you, Joe.
Use your microphone, please.
Can you use your microphone, please? And the question was, is there a possibility of changing the unified zoning code?
Yeah, so we aren't making an exception.
Yeah, so what does it,
That requires a vote from council.
Whatever needs to be changed.
Yeah, that requires a vote from council, and it would take longer than hearing the case.
okay, it would take longer to hear the case than to get a change of the zoning code.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we allow the request to take place and that we approve the request.
Okay, we have a substitute motion from Commissioner Green.
I'm going to second it only because I think if it comes back and it's the same noise level that we've had in the past, just because it's half the square footage, and even if you operate less hours and you still have the same kind of volume, I can't believe that the same people would not object to the noise. All at once they were here in mass, as you recall. They had their audiologists with them and all kinds of things. And so how is that going to be any different? How did if the noise level is still the same? I mean, how can anybody have a difference of opinion? It's only a few feet difference from Dudley's down to the humidor. So I'm going to second it anyway.
Okay, we have a substitute motion from Commissioner Green and a second from Commissioner Nix to approve the request as presented, despite the belief that the conditions haven't changed.
Well, and I guess
okay.
What I see is exactly what the applicant pointed out was the golf course is zoned residential. And that's the only reason why we're seeing this.
And doesn't that change their taxes too? Let's work for the golf course to not be zoned residential and get more community taxes. How about that?
The people that live on the other side of the golf course are certainly in residential, are they not?
Yeah, they are.
True, but would they fall within the area?
Well, I've lost golf balls right there before, and it's not very
Well,
far
that's a
from
personal
the
problem
humidor across the green over to a residential area. I mean, I could talk to you across the way in a normal voice and you'd hear me.
And the discussion was the channeling of the sound. Okay. We have a substitute motion on the table. We have a second. I'm going to call a roll call vote, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Substitute vote is to approve. I'm the first on the call and I say no. Next.
Dual?
No.
McKay is absent. Green?
Aye.
Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Blick? Josh Blick?
It's gone.
Absent. Nix?
Minus Blick.
Yes.
Minus McKay.
Foster?
No.
Warren is absent. Joe Johnson?
Yes?
Miles?
No.
Hartman?
No.
Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay?
No.
Who was the last person you said was absent?
Aldrich.
Aldrich. Okay, so we have 4 less than 12, 8 total, or no?
4 in favor, 6 against, and 4 abstained.
4 are
People
absent.
were
Okay,
absent.
right. Okay, that's what I was trying to do the math on. So the motion passes. No, it's
Motion
not a majority.
Fails.
Yeah. Okay. So now do we go back to the substitute motion? Original motion. Gotcha. The original motion. Are we clear on what we're voting on? To approve? No. To deny.
Take the staff's recommendation.
To deny the motion. And you have the motion and the second are on record. Do we need to refresh?
Okay. All that. Yep.
So deny the request. No, to approve the staff recommendation to deny the request. Okay. Fox, yes.
Dual.
Approve.
Yes.
McKay is absent. Green?
No.
Bill Johnson?
No.
Blick is absent. Nix?
No.
Foster?
Yes, I think. I'm very confused.
I was too. I rated the opposite the first time. Yeah.
Do you need a clarification or are you?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm just slap happy, but yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
I want to deny the application.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
So Warren is absent. Joe Johnson?
No?
Miles?
Yes.
Hartman?
Yes.
Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay?
Yes.
So we're
6
to 4.
So motion passes with 4 absent.
Motion passes. Thank you for your service today. The meeting is now adjourned. If you want to bring up new business, it'll be at the Monarch Conference Room. Thank you, Nick. I'm leaving Monday for a Verbo.